Spain assumed the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union on the 1st July with a firm decision to improve the lives of citizens, a challenge which Spain wants to claim the Europe of the people, the one that attends to their needs, their demands, the one that offers opportunities and also answers to the challenges of citizenship. And it will do so by assuming 4 major priorities: reindustrialize the European Union and ensure its open strategic autonomy, advance in the ecological transition and environmental adaptation, promote greater social and economic justice, strengthening European unity. And it is precisely in these last 2 areas, promoting greater social and economic justice and strengthening European unity, in which the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration adopts a fundamental and unifying role. True to its vocation of public service, from the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration, we will work tirelessly throughout the semester to strengthen the European social shield, promoting inclusive growth. In terms of inclusion, we will continue to pay special attention to the impact of the return of public social investment policies, the development on an evidence-based inclusion policy, and support of recommendations on minimum income, aspects in which Spain has been at the forefront of the countries of the European Union, thanks to the approval in 2020 of the minimum vital income. With regard to social security, we will strengthen the objective of developing sufficient, sustainable and equitable social protection systems. We will not leave any group unattended, especially the self-employed, thanks to the impetus of a coordination of social security systems within the European Union. In this way, we will promote labor mobility and the integration of the European labor market. But in addition, we will work to further develop a migration model that offers adequate responses to the challenges facing Europe. We advocate a comprehensive approach to regular, orderly and safe migration that facilitates addressing economic, demographic and humanitarian challenges. And we will do so paying special attention to supporting and protecting people fleeing the war in Ukraine. In short, during the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union, the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration will promote greater social and economic justice by helping to strengthen European unity. Ministerio de Inclusión, Seguridad Social y Migraciones, Gobierno de España.
Muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a Aranjuez. Soy Lucía Lorenzo y formo parte del Gabinete del Ministro de Inclusión, Seguridad Social y Migraciones y voy a ser vuestra relatora para el evento de hoy. Permitidme que a partir de ahora me dirija a ustedes en inglés. Good morning and a warm welcome to the Conference of Minimum Income and Social Inclusion Policies under the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. My name is Lucía Lorenzo, member of the Cabinet of the Minister of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration, and it is my privilege to serve as the relator for today's event. Today, as your relator, I extend a warm welcome to all of you, the esteemed representative of the European institution, the delegates from our European member state, our colleague from the Minister of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration, as well as our partners from the government at the regional and local levels. I also extend a heartfelt greeting to the representative of the third sector of social action and the esteemed academic and researchers who have joined us today. Our collective presence here underscore our shared commitment to the cause of social inclusion. And I look forward to an engaging and productive day of discussion as we explore the critical issues that shape the future of social policy in Europe. Thank you for being part of this important event. Today's agenda comprises 3 essential sessions. The first will feature a panel discussion to a pivotal role of the minimum income scheme in European social inclusion policies. The second session will focus on the evidence-based policies and social inclusion policy labs. We will conclude with a high-level panel addressing the future of social Europe, where these inclusion policies are crucial for the most vulnerable population. And the highlight of our day, at the end, will be the Aranjuez Declaration on the Future of Minimum Income. Now we are poised to commence our conference. Without further ado, let us begin with our opening remark. Allow me to introduce our host of this event, the Minister of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration. Please, José Luis.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Aranjuez. Those who had the opportunity yesterday to visit the Royal Palace and had the opportunity to realize how relevant this city has been in the Spanish history, and also its heritage recognized by the United Nations for already more than 20 years. I would like to thank you for participation in this event, which for us is certainly very, very important and very relevant event. The principal aim of today is to make further strides in the battle against poverty and social exclusion in Europe. Poverty and social exclusion remains a very significant risk by an important portion of the or the European population, no doubt about that. And Europe has been working for many years already trying to mitigate this risk. Through major efforts, we have achieved significant milestones and laid down legal frameworks that have steered our course. The European Pillar of Social Rights, adopted in 2017, holds immense significance for the European Union. It serves as a comprehensive framework, prioritizing social rights and reinforcing the EU's commitment to creating a fair and inclusive society. In a rapidly changing world, the pillar provides a roadmap for addressing contemporary challenges such as unemployment, poverty, and social exclusion. It emphasizes the need for quality jobs and equal access to healthcare and education. Over the last 4 years, Europe has gone through first the profound impact of the pandemic and subsequently to the inflationary consequences of the Ukrainian war. In the face of this unprecedented situation, the Union and its member states have adopted a range of economic measures to support individual businesses and healthcare system. And I would say that compared to the previous crisis, or the so-called debt and financial crisis, this time around, there has been a genuine European-wide response with European policies, and this marks certainly the difference with the response to the previous crisis, and I think it's very important to emphasize this. In addition, we are facing significant economic and structural changes in the coming decades. Aging populations, economic disparities and their consequences, or the green and digital transformations require innovative policies to ensure sustainable welfare systems, inclusive growth, and social cohesion, mainly paying attention to the most vulnerable. The shift towards a more sustainable, equitable, and inclusive future necessitates a dedicated focus on the social dimension. Therefore, it seems to us that preserving social investment is crucial. For that reason, as decided at the informal EBSCO meeting in Madrid in late July this year, an informal working group on social investment has been intensively working since then. This group, co-chaired by Spain and Belgium, the current and the next presidency of the Union, and with the participation of 23 member states, the Commission, the European Parliament, and the social agents. As I said, this group aims to discuss empirical evidence and methodologies for maximizing social investment returns. This initiative underscores a commitment to evidence-based policies and a drive to ensure that every investment in social protection reaps maximum benefits. I am sure that we are going to talk intensively today on this subject, what becomes a priority of the Spanish Presidency of the European Council of the European Union. In addition, the social pillar dedicates a specific section to poverty reduction and social exclusion, with a particular focus on minimum income. This underscores the need for us to establish policies and strategies at both the national and the European level that target poverty reduction and social inclusion. These measures encompass the promotion of adequate minimum income programs and the enhancement of minimum income schemes across member states. Less than a year ago, through a tremendous efforts and unwavering dedication, in January 2023, the Council adopted a recommendation on adequate minimum income. In a sense, it is a recommendation to strengthen social safety nets. A strong and inclusive social safety nets not only enhance the social and health outcomes of those distanced from the labor market, but also yield enduring social and economic benefits for the European Union, resulting in a more equitable, united, and resilient society. Spain has been very focused on this field since the launching of the National Minimum Income Scheme in June 2020. In Spain, the last safety net for income support was, until 2020, a responsibility of the regions. And the outcome in deploying these policies by the region was, I would say, uneven. For this reason, Spain had received successive country-specific recommendations from the European Council urging the reinforcement of a common income support. That's what we did in 2020 with the national minimum income that now is already underway for 3 years, more than 3 years, ensures this consistency, the consistency in reducing poverty across the entire Spanish territory. At the European level, Spain has been very actively also participating in European working groups, such as the Minimum Income Network, MINET, which we chaired for 2 years, to promote the effective implementation of minimum income schemes in member states while allowing the mutual learning. Internally in Spain, and with the support of the funds of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, we have been working through a policy lab. This policy lab encompasses 38 pilots, and what we want through these pilots, which imply actions in order to improve social and labor integration of those the beneficiaries of the minimum income scheme in Spain, is basically to get evidence that will allow us to scale up in the future those policies resulting from these experiments, from these pilots, that prove to be more effective. The conference today is a manifestation of the commitment of our presidency to promoting social inclusion policies in Europe, and I think it's an opportunity indeed to discuss and share strategies on combating poverty and social exclusion. The event is designed to be an essential space for dialogue and collaboration, where we will address critical issues related to minimum income and social inclusion. We have organized, as already Lucia mentioned, a series of panels that will bring together experts and leaders in these fields to share their knowledge and experiences. Throughout today, 3 panels, we will delve into pivotal subjects, as the role of minimum income, evidence-based policies, and the future of social policy in Europe. I hope that today's discussion will bring us closer to effective solutions. Which should be directed to have policies that substantiate in a much more decisive manner the European Pillar of Social Rights. So thank you very much to all of you for your participation in today's panels. Thank you.
And now I invite the Director General of the European Commission for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, Ms. Josh Kort.
Well, dear Minister, dear participants, let me start by saying that I'm very happy to be here this morning in the beautiful town of Aranjuez. And also, Minister Escriva, thank you very much for the wonderful program. I think I can speak on behalf of all participants. And the program was fantastic, including the music and the food. Now, we are here today also for a very good reason to discuss minimum income schemes and social inclusion policies. And I think it's fair to say that these questions really go to the heart of a number of the most important challenges that our societies in Europe are confronted with. And the Minister, in your opening address, you already referred to many of those challenges. They are not easy. How to support people and our societies to thrive, and how we need to step up a gear, and which policy options can have the highest social impact, evidence-based. The big transformation that we are facing in our societies, and that we will continue to face over many years to come, as well as I think the ever more complicating geopolitical situation, call for strong efforts in terms of reforms and investments, with a strong attention to social objectives. Sometimes you hear people say that our social welfare state that was so carefully created after the Second World War is really under threat from within, but also from the outside. So I think we should not underestimate how big this challenge really is, and how important it is that the European Union sticks together on all these issues, and that we collectively find our way forward. We must accompany all these developments with the right policy measures to make sure that costs and benefits are equally shared, and that they lead to upward convergence, upward social and economic convergence in the European Union, in line with the principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Now, and in this context, the effectiveness of social safety nets to address the needs of the most vulnerable is obviously key. Well-designed and adequate minimum income schemes are an asset. They're not a cost only, and they're an investment that supports better social cohesion through both labor market and also social integration. Guaranteeing that every person who lacks sufficient resources can have access to adequate income, but also to support and services which foster inclusion is essential. This combination is really, I think, at the heart of the European Union's active inclusion approach, and I also thought it was very well captured in the Declaration of Aranjuez that the Presidency has produced. If we look a bit at the broader context, we have faced, as the Minister said, very new challenges over the recent years, linked not only to the COVID pandemic, but also to the cost of living crisis that was created because of the Russian war of aggression, with high-level inflation and with particularly strong problematic issues in the Baltic states and some Central and Eastern European member states. The recent report of the Social Protection Committee shows that as regards the poverty and exclusion and the related EU targets, there has actually been overall stability in the European Union in 2022 at 21.6%, compared to the year before, 21.7%, but also to the last 3 years. There's only been a very slight increase, according to our data, in child poverty. At member state level, around a quarter of the countries recorded significant falls in their at risk of poverty or social inclusion rates in 2022. Also, some inequality remained broadly stable. Of course, there's still a long way to go to reach the EU Porto target that was agreed on poverty reduction. But I really want to say that if you look at the figures, according to that report, we have actually done pretty well. That there has not been a significant increase in poverty anywhere in the European Union. And this stability is actually quite a remarkable achievement, considering the accumulation of crises over the recent years. And this confirms also the really positive impact of the exceptional support measures that were taken by the member states and also by the European Union itself over the last few years. And I think it should give us hope that if the EU collectively works together, we can actually overcome many of these difficulties. But there is no room, absolutely no room for complacency either. First of all, because there are actually signs that some material and social deprivation got slightly worse, and there is a need, certainly a need, for measures to preserve households' purchasing power, especially targeted at the vulnerable. Since, as we know, of course, high inflation affects especially essential goods like energy and food, and thus the lower income households. In a recent survey on fairness in the European Union, EU citizens have sent us a clear message as to what they expect from us. Less than half of the Europeans today, according to this survey, actually believe that our society is fair and equal. And this disbelief is even more prominent among the younger generation. I think these figures should be a wake-up call for us, although they're not really surprising if you look at the more and more complicating discussions that are taking place in the member states, notably on the implementation of the Green Deal, and how can we ensure that now that all the legislation has been adopted at EU level, that the implementation is done in a fair and equitable way, and that the poor parts of our societies do not suffer more than the others. Still, according to the same survey, around 78% of the EU population believes that inequalities are too high and that the governments should take action. The same survey also shows that most Europeans support additional spending on social policies. Increased spending on healthcare and long-term care are the top priorities in almost all countries, 71% on average, followed by education, 68%, and pensions, 66%, but also to a lower extent concerning housing, income, and family support. And last but not least, if you then ask the citizens what they actually expect from the European Union, well, the expectation is clear. They expect us to address this situation, to do something about it. The survey shows that the expectations on using measures at EU level are almost as high as their expectations for national level intervention. And I see the same trend also, not only from the citizens, but also from the EU institutions. We are, as the Commission, as DG Employment, under a lot of pressure to reply to requests from the European Parliament. Unlimited ambitions, I should say, as well as from the stakeholders in Brussels or in the member state. There is really this call to us to do much and much more. And sometimes I'm a bit worried about that because as we know, our competences in accordance with the treaties are quite limited in this area. And I also do not have unlimited resources. But the fact of the matter is, of course, very, very hopeful that there is this call for more action. And that is also why I'm so happy that the Spanish presidency of the Council and the incoming Belgian presidency have in fact established an integrated program for this last year before we go into the elections of the European Parliament, followed by a new mandate, a new commission. And I think this integrated program is extremely important because it should help us all to establish a program for the next 5 years. And that is important. And this should be an integrated program and, if at all possible, not only of the Labour ministers and the ministers of social affairs, but also of other ministers. And in particular, I would like to mention here the finance ministers. And I would really like to also commend you, Minister, for having invested, I think, so much of your energy in establishing good cooperation with that very important part of the governments. And I think this is really the way forward. We are trying to do our best also on the EU side within the Commission to work with the colleagues of DG ECFIN and to overcome this sort of strange controversy that we are all suffering from quite a lot. If I then may, in closing, mention, I think, 3 more specific plans that are there. The social convergence framework, that was initiated by the Commission and also by you, and which should find its rightful place in the semester. The working group on social investments and the impact that should have on the negotiations of the economic governance review or the fiscal governance. The idea to have a jumbo council next year fits very nicely here. And then I would also like to mention all the good work that's been done on distributional impact assessments, because these are really very useful tools for member states to use before they actually make the policy decision, to see what is actually the impact on the different parts of my population. So, all of this to say that we can be, I think, quite happy with the way Europe has responded. The challenges are, however, not over at all. There's a huge demand for more action, and we should therefore really continue adapting our social agenda. This requires new thinking and new instruments. In 2025, and this is my last word, the Commission will also do a review of the pillar of social rights action plan, which comes to expiration. And this review will take stock of the progress that was made in terms of implementing the pillar and in reaching also the 3 headline targets. So, for all of these reasons, I'm very much looking to an interesting conference today and to inspiring debates, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
And now we shall pivot our focus to to our inaugural panel of the conference, the role of minimum income scheme as key element in social inclusion policies of Europe. I am delighted to introduce our esteemed moderator in this panel, Bea Cantillon. Professor Bea Cantillon's experience and research have significant and rich knowledge in the realm of welfare and social policies, making her a distinguished figure in this vital area academic. Professor Bea Cantillon, please join us. And the panelists who will share their insight are Ms. Milagros Paniagua, Mr. George Planiteros, Ms. Laura de Bonfils. Please join us into the stage. Bueno, pero lo mejor es que suban ya.
Doesn't work. Okay. Yeah. Where's the third one? Ah, she's good. Okay. It's okay. Gracias. Oh, it's okay.
With our moderator and panelists in place, we are ready to embark on a profound explanation of this critical topic. Now, let us into the debate.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy being here in this beautiful place with remembrance of this beautiful music. I have been working on poverty, inequality in Europe since more than 40 years now. And with hindsight, I see that we are moving forward. And especially in the past decades, major steps forward have been taken. And the European Pillar of Social Rights has been a very important element in social progress in the EU. And so I'm very happy and, in a sense, satisfied to be here and to share this session about minimum income protection where we are. This will be in the first round, and how to take this to a next level in the coming years. We have three panels, three members of the panel, and basically very interesting. We have Greece and we have Spain, which are very interesting cases of the steps that have been taken forward in the past, the past few years. Milagros Paniagua, chair of the Minute, and I was being told that you were very active and very successful. And so you will start explaining us what has been done in Spain, which is remarkable in the past few years. Then Minister in Greece, George Planiteros, on social inclusion, social affairs, of work and social affairs. And then social platform, Laura de Bonfils. You will have in each the last word, okay? Well, not really the last word, because after each round we will open the floor for questions and input of the audience. So, let me start. Maybe you start with, obviously, you are the host. So, you have the first, so we have more or less 10 minutes in each round. Then we open the floor and then we come back. Okay, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you can hear me, yes? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Bea, for your introduction. It is my pleasure to be here making this presentation today. Before starting with what Spain has done so far in terms of minimum income scheme, which is very important, let me give you the state of art from a European perspective. To do so, I will follow this presentation so that you can identify all the points that I'd like to cover. Okay, I'll keep speaking anyway. So the state of art, I think the need for a social Europe has been present since the inception of the European Union. If we track the roadmap now about the social policy in Europe, then we have a very, very strong commitment within the European Pillar of Social Rights in 2017. So, as you can see, the minimum income schemes are the last safety net within the European countries. We have different welfare states, so that these minimum income schemes are the last safety net. We are different, and we are lucky that we have these Council recommendations since January 2023, where you have there some of the main recommendations for these minimum income schemes. But the good thing is that we have identify the most challenging elements that these schemes must have to get the final target, which is reducing poverty and inequality. Now these are the main elements, but it is important not only to describe how the policy are, but also the effects that this policy can have. I've brought here two main impacts, because these minimum income schemes are part of the social protection policies in the member states. It's one part, very important one. as the Minister and the General Director said before. But as part of this social policy in Europe, we cannot forget the impact in terms of social resilience and also economic growth that they can have. You have here two examples of the potential impact on the left, what you can see is a correlation between the share of social spending as a share of the GDP and also an index for resilience. Giovanni in his work with other authors. On the right, what you can see is the potential high return of this investment. And I brought here an example of Nathaniel Hedren from Harvard example with other authors. This is a revision of different programs of social investing, and what we can see is that highest returns can be identified at the beginning in programs for children. So with this slide, I just wanted to point out the importance of measuring the effect of the minimum income schemes as part of the social policy. Now, what can we do at this stage? Okay, we have the elements to go ahead on measuring and monitoring the existing recommendations from the Council about minimum income schemes. We have the possibility of using data and evaluation to do so, and we have some more instruments like devoted groups, like MINET group, Minimum Income Network, a group for the, from the SPC, the Social Protection Committee, devoted to monitor these minimum income schemes. If we move forward, I've just summarized here the minimum income scheme's main elements, what this group was meant for, when this group was created in 2017, and apart from mutual learning and covering different aspects, which you've seen in the Council recommendations, there's one very good thing in this active part of this group, which is having contributed to the joint report from the SPC and the Commission as the proposal for the recommendations that then we saw from the Council in January this year, 2023. So we have the elements. Now if we move forward to the next slide, and once I have given you this framework, if we can please move forward. Okay, yeah, I'll try to give you some insights about what Spain has done so far in this framework. And I try to summarize here the idea of what we did in 2020 with the launching of the National Minimum Income Scheme. I try to present what the situation was before 2020. This last safety net was the autonomous communities' responsibilities, and this scenario was inequality within the territory. With this minimum income scheme, what we get is a common floor so that we can start having a common square there. As you can see, the minimum income scheme in the center, national provided. And then around this minimum income scheme, providing equal coverage all over the country, all non-contributory benefits could join and be linked to this base. Indeed, we've done this with the child benefit linked to the minimum income scheme, with a transition to an old policy to a more targeted and more generous one. Now it's important to see that some regions have adapted their legal references to increase income for some of the already existing minimum income scheme beneficiaries, and also including other potential beneficiaries. So my summary here would be, in Spain, we've gone from a situation where we kept on receiving country-specific recommendations since 2014 to a moment where we're part of the ones trying to go for monitoring these minimum income scheme recommendations from the Council. Now, if we move to the next one, we are also actively working through the European works, like the MINET group, And if you check the infographic that we've put in the website, we've prepared some material for you. I think we've prepared them nicely with graphs to explain how we've been working on these recommendations. Of course, we should be working on them all, but we've pointed out two recommendations. One is the big effort we've run around the non-take-up and the understanding non-take-up and the reduction of non-take-up, and also evidence-based in social policies. Ana Guzman, the Deputy Director, she will be presenting afterwards the Policy Lab, but I wanted to focus here the two main recommendations that we wanted to follow. And then we move on to the next slide. And I just want to conclude. I wanted to be very brief, summarizing where we are. We are at a moment, we are in Aranjuez today, looking forward to that declaration for us to see, okay, we know that these minimum income schemes are important, very important. We have recommendations, let's go for them, and let's do the proper and evidence-based monitoring and identify these minimum income schemes, policies as crucial in the general social protection in Europe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations for all the work. Please, you have the floor.
So I have also prepared a presentation just to help the participants to follow the intervention. Until it's uploaded, just to say that my name is George Planiteros. I work for the unit of experts for social affairs in the Greek Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. Till last February, I was the head of the Directorate for the Fight Against Poverty, which is the competent directorate for the implementation and the overall management of the Greek GMI program. So in my first part of my intervention, the first part of the presentation, next slide, please. Before starting with what I'm going to present, I just wanted to deeply thank Alberto, Pedro, and all the team for putting all this effort in organizing this event, and for us to be here in the city of Aranjuez. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Mila for inviting me here. It's a great honor for me and for the Ministry for the organization. And having said that, I would like to pass to the first part of the presentation, which is more case-specific. I will briefly describe what's the case in Greece right now, not only in terms of the macro, let's say, ecosystem, that is the characteristics of the social protection expenditure in the Greek social protection system, but also I would very briefly present the building blocks of the Greek program, discuss some evaluation results and the distributional impact, and provide some insights on future challenges or else where we stand right now. Next, please. So, social protection expenditure in Greece. Next one. Greece allocates almost something more than 29% of its GDP to social protection, while the EU average stands at a comparable level of 31.7%. However, when it comes to the distribution, and this is, let's say, the main characteristic of the system, when it comes to the distribution of social protection expenditure, then things get a little bit differentiated. Greece spends the lion's share of social protection expenditure is received by social insurance, that is pensions and survivors' benefits, whereas the social welfare is if I may, is the poor cousin of the system, receiving only 11% of social protection expenditure. And the next slide demonstrates, there is a graph that demonstrates exactly this very situation. On the diagonal in the columns with a diagonal stripe, you can see what is the situation in the EU, whereas the solid filled columns represent the situation in Greece. And the picture is reversed. That is, Greece spends more only in the case of old age and survivors' benefits when it comes to especially social assistance, to social welfare benefits. Things are somehow different. There are notable differences. When it comes to family benefits, there is an almost 3 percentage points difference between the budget allocation between EU and Greece. And disability benefits is almost 5 percentage points. And the social exclusion benefits, where the GMI is classified, is again more than 2 percentage points. So I will now turn to the building blocks of the Greek GMI program in my next slide. And the next one. Time is not enough, of course, to delve into the details of the program, but I will try to give an overview of what and how it was developed. This is Greece, in case you didn't notice. So Greece is divided in administrative terms into 13 regions and 332 municipalities. The terms and conditions of the Greek GMI are designed by the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family, which is a brand new ministry right after that was established right after the last elections held in June. And the program is implemented at the national level. Next one. This was essentially the first means-tested program in Greece, and it was rolled out nationally only in 2017. I remind that that was when Greece was under the third Memorandum of Understanding, under the third fiscal consolidation program, and it rolled out nationally after 2 pilot phases, the first in 2014 and the second in 2016. It targets extremely poor households solely based on poverty status, reaches about, when it comes to coverage, 3.5% of the population, while its initial target was 7% of the Greek population, and the budget comes up to 0.3% of the gross domestic product, that is 650 million euros. It's a typical, in the next slide, we'll find out that it's a typical GMI scheme. It means that it's non-contributory, it's tax financed, and combines 3 pillars. It brings together 3 mutually reinforcing strands that altogether provide a springboard for activation of social inclusion, that is minimum income support, social services, access to services that provide social inclusion, and activation measures for the integration or reintegration of the beneficiaries to the labor market. In the next slide, there is an illustration of the 3 pillars of the benefit. The first pillar, the income support, we have to just to refer here to the fact that it is set as a top-up, so instead of having a flat benefit structure, it's set as a top-up. The second pillar presents highlights the services that are offered both at the national and at the local level, the latter upon availability, subject to availability. And I would like to focus a bit on the services, on the actions offered by the fund in the context of the Fund for the European Aid to the Most Deprived, of FEAD, because this is the case where Greece aligned not only the terms and conditions of the 2 programs, so the 2 programs, FEAD and GMI, has exactly the same eligibility criteria, but also it has aligned the application process. So someone who wants to apply for the provisions for the service of FEAD has to do so through the GMI application form. And the third pillar, again, is something typical. I mean, it's the typical programs offered by a public employment service, and it also combines actions to facilitate integration or reintegration into the educational system and second chance schools. In the next slide, I will focus on the adequacy of the amount, because income support, I mean, we're talking about social inclusion, but income support is also crucial. You see that things keep deteriorating throughout the years. I mean, 2014 was the first time that minimum income was introduced as a pilot scheme, but you see that with respect, when using as key benchmark minimum wage, unemployment assistance, and poverty line, things keep getting worse. Why? Because the benefit amount is anchored to the 2014 level. So it was established in 2014, and it hasn't been adjusted since then. And this is why we have this picture in this table. What is the strongest feature of the program? We'll find it out in the next slide. It's interoperability capacity, the thing that it has a state-of-art IT platform that can retrieve information in real time from several governmental databases. For example, it retrieves information it cross-links electronic information from tax returns and electronic leases, from salaries and pensions, from several contributory or non-contributory benefits. And this is very important. Why? Because it facilitates the application process, it reduces administrative burden, and above all, it makes it possible to be notified immediately on the approval or rejection of your application. So essentially, you cancel out any waiting period. At the time of submitting or finalizing your application, you get your result. I will now turn to the evaluation results and the distributional impact of the program. Next slide. One more. Thank you. So here is the picture of how the program performs. When it comes to vertical targeting, the things are good. I mean, the program, about 60% of beneficiaries are in the first decile, while 80% are extremely poor. So this means that the program targets quite good. When it comes, however, to the horizontal targeting, to coverage, the things are not that good. The coverage of the poor population remains low, however, consistent with the eligibility criteria, so with the terms and parameters of and conditions of the program. Potential separation of households, what does it mean? We have observed a discrepancy, an inconsistency between administrative data and survey data as regarding the number of single-member households in the first decile of the income distribution. This is probably due to the purpose of receiving higher income support. So currently more than 50% of households benefiting from the minimum income are single-member households. And when it comes to the second and third pillar, there is limited implementation. However, there is an ongoing this is an ongoing process. For example, from 2021, a standardized process leading to the development of an individualized action plan is in place for every single beneficiary, working able beneficiary of the GMI. And also from 2022, the obligation for minors' school attendance was tightened. In the next slide, we will see the distributional effects. I mean, this is a comparative analysis between several reforms that took place in Greece in the last decade. So in the second column, you will see several benefits, and in the pink font, you can see the results on poverty in the third column of GMI, and the results on inequality as measured by the Gini index. So you can see, and I mean, as anticipated, the impact on poverty is not that high because due to the construction of the program. I mean, given its criteria and the fact that it targets the extremely poor households, then we could anticipate that there will be no impressive results regarding poverty, its poverty impact. But when it comes to impact on inequality, and especially because it targets the poverty gap, extreme poverty, there you see that it performs better than any other program that was implemented in the last decade. So I will close with my last slide with the future challenges with respect to the Greek program. Next one. So on the design and application process, there is, I mean, the main, let's say, weaknesses. There is no benefit amount indexation in place right now. This raises the issue of adequacy. However, from 1st January 2024, there will be an 8% increase in the benefit amount, which maybe is not enough, but it's the first since the first pilot, its first implementation, the program's first implementation. There's a need to further, I mean, there are even now databases that cannot retrieve data, so there is a need to further expand interoperability among government databases, which will affect and improve targeting, especially vertical targeting, even more. And with respect to benefit tapering mechanism, right now there is only one mechanism in place. 20% of income earnings are disregarded for eligibility purposes. So we could, let's say, think more about benefit tapering, either increase this rate or introduce other benefit tapering mechanisms in order to further boost incentives with respect to labor supply. Finally, one last word on structural weaknesses. There is a need to reverse ALMP's current mechanics because the system now uses created demand, that is, issues the PES, the Public Employment Service, issues open calls to the general population towards, and this is how things are done right now, and we should shift this model towards individualized approach and probably more tailor-made programs offered to the GMI beneficiaries. And last but not least, no monitoring mechanism of the household trajectories to independence is in place now. This means that we do not collect data on the reasoning behind exit rates. We know we have data on how many people exited the program, but we do not know if it is a participation in a PES offered program that led the beneficiary to become self-reliant, or it was due to other unobserved factors. And this is also a main issue I would like to raise, and I would like to thank you all.
Thank you. So, yeah, thank you for having invited me. I'm Laura De Bonfils. I'm the Secretary General of Social Platform, and I bring the voice of this network, that is the biggest network of civil society organizations working for social rights and social justice in Europe. So we collectively unite thousands of organizations and hundreds of millions of people in Europe in all of their diversity, from children, older people, migrants, people with disability, but as well LGBT or Roma people, just to name a few of the community that we represent. So these are the people that are mostly underrepresented in the decision-making process, but as well are the ones that, in most cases, rely on minimum income schemes across the Union. So as we heard already, minimum income schemes are a crucial policy tool to ensure social inclusion, and are one of the last defenses against poverty. So one of the last safety net that we can have for eradicating poverty. In particular, in the moments that we're living in, so the cost of living crisis, but also the different crises that we're going through. So as shown by in the report, the just published report of the Social Protection Committee that we have heard already today, income support measure can mitigate and cushioning some of the negative impact of this crisis. But there has been progress in some member states, and we've seen two good examples, but we are not yet seeing the changes we need to see to reach the target of the 2030 targets of the Porto Social Summit that we collectively put for our union. So the reality today, actually looking at minimum income schemes across Europe, it's that those are found, like the majority are found lacking in their adequacy, coverage, and take-up. And most member states don't have, unfortunately, minimum income schemes which guarantee that people live above the poverty line. So most of the countries have minimum income schemes, but these three characteristics are still lacking in most places. So the European Commission and the SPC report on minimum income from October 22 found that the adequacy of minimum income benefits has remained almost unchanged in the last decade. There have been some improvements in countries like Greece and Italy, with new schemes were introduced, and but yet significant deterioration has been observed across member states. And for example, in Italy now, we've seen that a counter
direction towards the minimum income schemes that have been introduced. But we also want to commend Spain for introducing the national vital minimum income in the recent years, and we've seen how you've been able to address some of the challenges that these schemes bring, and to put in place some policies, for example, to eradicate some of the non-take-up that generally the schemes have. But as I said, the reality across Europe is different. And for example, if you look at a report of one of our members, the European Anti-Poverty Network, it shows that across the EU minimum income schemes fail to match the needs of beneficiaries, and in particular the one living in the most vulnerable situations. And many are, even if they access minimum income schemes, are still live under the poverty line, are concerned, stigmatized, and isolated, and sometimes trapped in the cycle of poverty and social exclusion. So, in addition, as I said, many vulnerable groups find themselves excluded from access to these schemes, and as the non-take-up rate across the EU is between 30 and 50%. And meaning that a third and a half of all people do not access the benefits that are entitled to. Or for example, looking at the most recent figures from research from Grenoble-Alpes University, in France, the non-take-up is 34%, but France is not the only country. For example, Belgium has the level of non-take-up is 46%. So on paper, we see that in Europe, it can seem that a lot of the benefits, the social benefits that are there and appear generous, but in practice, it is the poorest people that do not benefit, because they do not have access to good information, or they cannot overcome the administrative obstacles or collect the necessary documentation that is needed. So, as I said, we welcome Spain's attempt to reduce the non-take-up, such as the information campaign that was done across the country with a mobile office to provide information across the Spain on the minimum income scheme, and as well the simplification of some of the online application process, so that actually has seen a reduction on non-take-ups, reducing some of the barriers of access. But actually, like one of the conversations that we were having recently in another conference is also the terminology non-take-up can be seen as misleading, as we should not put the blame on the beneficiaries. It's not that they're not taking up. The reasons vary across the union why people are not accessing the schemes that are there, but it can be from due to the lack of information, or the literacy, or the language, or the digital skills needed to access, but also the stigma that sometimes accessing to the schemes bring with. And so we must be proactive to reach these people and not presume that they don't need the schemes, as we've seen that, the data that it's clear and says differently. So we need to stop the culture of suspicion, which further excludes people through administrative bureaucratic hurdles. So as I said, we need minimum income schemes that bring everyone over the poverty line, and these are an investment rather than a cost, as we heard as well from Corte. And several academics have shown this, several studies as well across Europe, for example, the recent studies from Professor De Schatter, but many others. And so adequate minimum income schemes do not only alleviate the effect of inequality and poverty, but also enhance the opportunities and capabilities of individuals to protect themselves from social risks, And adequate minimum income schemes are social investment that generate returns to progress on social and economic and health outcomes. So, but adequate minimum income scheme are only one part of our social systems, and they should be part of strong, resilient, and well-funded social protection systems to mitigate the effect on people on the current crisis. So the people should be through the strong social protection system accompanied through the, for example, the twin transition, and we need to make sure that everyone has a floor to stand on. So not only being across the poverty line, but also being able to thrive in society. And so this scheme should be accompanied by an investment on establishing accessible, available, and affordable quality, essential, but also social services. And for example, this, as I said, should be integrated in a more complex social protection provision. So for example, as the Greek example was shown. Or this has to be done together in certain cases with civil society, like good example are the policy labs, where a lot of the provision of the minimum income schemes has been done through project together with civil society that can reach the people living in most vulnerable situations. And, but this can only be achieved actually if we have the fiscal space to do this investment. So one of the, we need, like one of the first things as EU that we need to do is an adequate reform of the economic governance review to allow social protection and social investment needs. So we need to continue towards more fiscal flexibility. We need to allow the space for borrowing and investing in this social infrastructure. So we need to invest in social resilience and avoid the return to austerity. So that's mainly what our members are asking for. And to conclude, like on the surface, we could see that the poverty line, like the poverty hasn't, has been stable, but actually, like looking at the 2023 SPC report, in the past 3 years, yes, we haven't seen a drop in poverty with our EU targets, but we've seen an increase on certain dimensions. So for example, an increase on energy poverty, but as well severe material deprivation and financial distress. So this shows that the existing social protection system across the EU are not, unfortunately, adequately supporting people living in poverty, and we urgently need to update our systems to cope with the new emerging challenges that we're living in. Minimum income should be seen by policymakers as a key tool, as I said, to lift people out of poverty and support Europe to meet our anti-poverty targets that we all have set in the Porto Summit. So, yeah, we have welcomed the Council recommendations on minimum income, but we think that is the only way forward to lift people across poverty is, like, across the poverty line, is through binding measures. So we've been calling with our members for a directive on minimum income that would set minimum levels across member states. Yeah, so that's my first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This was our first round. The glass is half full. These were the first interventions, and then your intervention, the glass is half empty. So maybe I would like to start immediately a second round with one question. What do you expect from the EU to take forward the minimum income agenda in the next few years? Basically, only 2 times I heard the green transition. I think you mentioned, Mr. Korten, and one of the panelists mentioned the green transition and just transition. And only once I saw, I think in the Greek presentation, a reference to FEAT. There was no mentioning of the Social Climate Fund. So I think that there are many pieces of the puzzle that could be more integrated and start to think how these puzzles could be used in order to move forward. So, but general question, and then we open the floor for discussion. So, but just a short answer to this, well, general question. How do you see the next steps?
Okay, the next steps. Well, since we're basing the discussion on the minimum income schemes, we need to go to the essential essence of the minimum income schemes, which is the last safety net. So by the time you action minimum income scheme, is because the previous schemes or the structure in the welfare state haven't worked properly. So the thing is that we need to work on the whole policy to see different social policies that can help people so that they don't need these minimum income schemes because the welfare state supported them before needing these minimum income schemes. That's as a general reflection, but still I would go back to one of my previous slides in the sense of using data evaluation and all the existing, already existing groups in the EU context, so that groups work from technical issues and then the results can serve as input for political decisions. So we have the instruments, let's go for them.
Well, I don't want to get me wrong. I didn't try to present the glass full empty or full, sorry, half full. I mean, I just try to describe reality. The water is in the glass and this is where it is, so let it be. For us, it is very important to follow the basic provisions of the recommendation. We believe that the recommendation, it is a recommendation. I mean, it is not that binding. It is, things are more loose when it comes to the social front, but it spans every aspect of an MI scheme, also with respect to the second and the third pillar. There are things that are missing. I have prepared some to present in my second intervention. For example, the indicators for the policy levers. We do not have yet indicators with respect to the evaluation of the second and third pillar. However, and because 2030 is very close, we would like to keep things in pace with the main provisions of the recommendations. When it comes, I mean, these are programs that you're never 100% ready to implement, and you have to adjust to the social situation and to the new crisis. So we have to adjust, but we have to follow also the main provisions. No, not as good students, but because indeed we see substance in those provisions.
Yeah, so we would like to see an ambitious implementation of the recommendations and like the direction where, like, actually, if we can see binding the regulation, but actually, like, this exchange on good practice and going beyond the minimum, and trying to keep in track the goals that we set, because at the moment we need to actually monitor that we are reaching the goals that we have set for each other. And in terms of the just transition, if there are Mila said, they are the last resort minimum income schemes, so it should be integrated with other policies and as well other support. And as well, you talked about the Social Climate Fund. Social Climate Fund is it's a little drop that will contribute to the transition. So we need to really support people into transitioning. We talked in one of our positions, for example, social platform we see as minimum income, adequate minimum incomes, has a tool that can be used for a transition, so when people lose their job as they need to retrain or for the changing nature of work for them, like going to green jobs, having schemes that they can rely on, like receiving income support, that could be something, but they have to be adequate levels. So no.
Okay, thank you. So now the floor is open. Are there questions? Yes, please.
Please write a question in the card that you have. Okay. We have the first question from Lina Galvez, member of the European Parliament. She asked that regarding lack of information about the most vulnerable, how do we think about including in the different scheme budget for social workers to work on this information to reach the most vulnerable? Because she says that she included amendments in the line of the social climate funds, but they didn't pass. So,
okay, I agree with Lina that they can be part of the helping people to include into the schemes like minimum income schemes. We didn't have time to show you, but we have presented this non-take cap infography that you can download from the website. And this infography pretending to show not the figures, we didn't want to compare the figures, 58, 46, but the reasons behind of having that number, going to the diagnosis, the action takings and the results so that you can keep on working to reduce this non-take cap. Why am I saying that? To answer your questions. Because when we, at the beginning, estimated the potential beneficiaries, we did this with the best existing data, which came from administrative data. But still you're missing some people, as you say. So we changed 3 times the law so that we could enlarge the assessment unit, and also we incorporated the social services and the NGOs to help you identify who could be in need, and not only for receiving the minimum income scheme, the transfer, but also for providing inclusion policies. And in the policy lab, we will see later on that we've been working with social services for implementing these pilots for minimum income scheme beneficiaries, and at the same time with NGOs. We have a project all along Spain to reduce and understand the non-take cap with the European Anti-Poverty Network. I think my colleagues will have later the opportunity to let you know about this, but as a summary, yes, they need to be part of this non-take cap reduction.
So we have another question. Is what role do not cash benefits play in your national strategies, no? So.
Say it again, please.
So, it's about the non-cash benefit and the role that they play in the national strategies.
Well, it is. We could be comparing statistics from CPROS or ESPROS. I don't remember the word in English, but ESPROS. And we could be checking these non-contributory and means-tested benefits. I think in Spain we have around 2.3% of the GDP, including around 20,000 million euros for these cash transfers and around 17,000 million euros for activation, social and labor market activation.
That's the figure I know from Spain.
Rick, do you want to answer?
Yes, sure. So things are not, that accurate when it comes to the in-kind benefits. They're a very essential part of the Greek social welfare system. However, there are some limitations, given that some are offered at the national level where things are much more clear. We have the specific budget line. We know how much do they cost. We can proceed with a mapping of the situation. When it comes to the local level, things are not that clear. There is some heterogeneity within country when it comes to what is offered to the service supply. So I think that I would also raise in my second intervention is the thing of the in-kind benefit. There is no stock taking, there is no mapping when it comes to the in-kind benefit system. So this is a thing that we have to work more when it comes to the Greek social welfare system. This is true.
No other questions? You took all the questions you had? Okay. But that's the last question.
Rolf Schmachtenberg, thank you very much for these very interesting presentations, and I'm very happy to hear how well implemented are now minimum income schemes in Spain and Greece. And now I have a very technical question, but it was provoked by George's presentation, because you really made a very nice structure with the 3 pillars. And within the second pillar, we have those discounts. And in Germany, we have a tradition that typically these discounts are done on the municipal level. We don't know so much about them. And actually, they are always a problem for incentives for labor supply. Because once you are out of the scheme, you lose all those discounts. So that's a really nasty question, because we don't get letters by citizens and we make some vague answer and we are sorry. But wouldn't it be better to have a higher basic income and then ask not for having any of these discounts, because they are part of a trap? And this is a good opportunity for a quite technical point to get maybe some European discussion on this, because on the national level, I will never survive this discussion.
Thank you so much. I see that the Belgian Minister of Social Affairs totally agree with this. Absolutely, it's important. Also in terms of non-take-up. Do you want to just take it on the agenda? Okay, so I think that we must close this session. Thank you very much for all the work and for your introductions. I wish you all the best, not only you, but all of us, all the best with your and our endeavors to move forward in the next few years, and basically be as successful as we were in the past, taking this to a next level. And I think there are reasons to be optimistic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we are going to have a break for a coffee break for half an hour, please. Shall we continue, please? Following this enlightening deliberation, our attention shall be duly redirected to the subsequent panel, Evidence-Based Policy and Social Policy Labs. Inclusion goes beyond providing financial assistance. It involves active policies, both social and labor market related, to help individual transition to a better situation. In many cases, these policies are fragmented, and the effect of each are not well understood. That's why, when Spain implemented the minimum income, as we call el IMV, and the recovery and resilience plans, we established a social policy laboratory. This policy lab not only furnishes evidence on the most effective inclusion policies for the most vulnerable, but also enables the creation of robust evaluation tools. This panel will be skillfully moderated by our esteemed collaborator, Francesco Corti. Francesco is advisor of the Belgian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Social Affairs and Health. He's also Associate Research at CEP, and last but not least, is co-chair of the Informal Working Group of Social Investment. Now, our distinguished panelists for this session will be Ms. Ana Guzman, Ms. Mónica Martínez Bravo, Ms. Kilian Nolan, and Ms. Marcelo Cabrol. Please, Francesco.
Yes, many thanks for the invitation. Many thanks for having me here, and it's been a pleasure to be in Aranjuez. And many thanks especially to Mila as a co-chair of the Informal Working Group on Social Investment that we have launched after the EBSCO Council Minister in July, thanks to the leadership of the two ministers of Belgium and Spain. So one of the key and I would say most important line of work of the Informal Working Group is exactly about methodologies. Methodologies to monitor and methodologies to evaluate public policy and in particular social policies. And this is so important in the context of the review of the European economic governance, exactly because member states, when they will be allowed to get flexibility in exchange of reforms and investments, they will be asked to monitor these reforms and investments, to report on the results, the intermediate results and the final results. So they will be required to put in place a monitoring and evaluation system that allow them to justify in the annual monitoring to the European Commission what they've been delivering with the policies for which they're getting flexibility. And this is the core reason why in the Informal Working Group on Social Investment and Fiscal Rules, we decided to have a specific focus, and we will try basically with the panel of today to start to explore with the different experiences, starting from the Spanish experiences, how it is possible actually to monitor a policy area with the one of social and employment policies, which is actually particularly difficult to monitor and evaluate due to different problems linked to data availability, data collection, comparability of data, communication of different administration when it comes to the collection of data, to monitor what is happening to the people that are benefiting from a specific schemes and then are actually later on reactivated, but also challenges that are linked overall to the difficulties that are inherent, let's say, of social policy, which are not infrastructural policies, but still what we want to show that there are reliable methodologies, sound methodology we can use actually to monitor and track results. For this reason, I'm accompanied today by a distinguished panel of esteemed experts, and I'm very happy to start actually from Ana Guzman. Mila this morning has illustrated to us the experience of Spain. She has mentioned several times the policy lab experience. I have to say that this policy lab experience is linked not by chance to the Recovery and Resilience Facility, as the Minister has said this morning, where the pilot projects have been actually included by the Spanish government among the different measures that are included in the Recovery and Resilience plans. And since the economic governance is going exactly in that direction, I think starting from the example of Spain is exactly a good idea to visualize, first of all, how you select this policy measure, but then actually how how then you're implementing this, the effectiveness, let's say, of the integration pathway. So without further delay, I wanted to give just a contextualization. Please, Anna, the floor is yours, and you have some good slides.
Thank you very much for your question. To be able to tell you the specific context of this policy lab, we have to go until the implementation of the minimum income scheme. This benefit had two main goals in the definition. The first one was the income redistribution with a focus on poverty eradication. And that is the reason that we made the targeted design of the policy with an income and wealth test for beneficiaries. But the second objective, that is promote social inclusion and labor market participation, is the basic of this, the promotion of these individualized inclusion itineraries for beneficiaries. So we see the policy lab as an opportunity to develop and validate innovative social inclusion policies. So on the one hand, we are going to we have been designing really these pilot itineraries that helps us to understand what works and what doesn't work. And it's very important to know that we see the impact evaluation as a key element included from the beginning, and I am talking about the design of these pilots with the goal of collect evidence for future policy decision making. It's very important for us in this context, and we are all talking about evaluation, and we can share with you that this is the first context in the policy lab. We have three main blocks in the impact evaluation, coming from the identification of need in each one of the pilots. Who is the target population? What are their needs? How are the living conditions? And then we go together with our partners that I can see here, some of them that are working with us in the pilots. So they have to design the activities with the specific budget and the duration of the itineraries. And then we go through the theory of change that helps us to tell the real history that what we want to check. So we are going to identify what are the expected results, and we are going to tell a causal link between the policy and these expected results. And this is very much linked with the impact evaluation and the data collection that we are going to tell you in a while. So it's very important for us that this causal link between the policy and the results. I am just going to say about the methodology that we are using this randomized control trial methodology. I guess my colleagues are going to tell more specific the things about the methodology, but I wanted to point out that it's a specific methodology that we are using in all the pilot itineraries that were in development. We have like a group of main elements for the evaluation in all the pilots. And we have different types of interventions, different target groups. I'm going to show the global figures in a while. And what is very important is to be able to identify the outcomes that we want to measure. And that are linked to the type of interventions and the different data sources. So, as it has been said before, we have 34 pilot projects. We have like 38 projects because with some partners are developing more than one pilot. We have a budget of 200 million euros, and we have 200,000 direct and indirect beneficiaries. So I want to tell you the global numbers because it's very important for us at this moment that we are finishing most of the pilots, and we have these results. We have different types of intervention and different target collectives. We are very focused on training and education, and social support, and employment, and digitalization. We have some projects very focused on global inclusion that has to be with different dimensions of altogether. And we are working mainly with beneficiaries for the minimum income national scheme, but also we are working with regional beneficiaries for the regional minimum schemes and other groups in social exclusion. So we see this pilot like a tool to be able to evaluate what works and what doesn't work, to give people from exclusion to social inclusion. We have presence in all the Spanish autonomous communities and cities. And how do we do so? We have partnerships with regional governments, with local entities, and with third sector entities also that we are here with us today. So it's been a big effort to be able to work with a lot of people, and the last thing that I want to tell you in this general context is this governance in the policy lab. You can see here different actors, and it's going to be like one pilot itself, the governance of all the policy lab. The ministry, we work very closely with our partners that are those who are doing the intervention directly. But we have two strategic partners that are here with me, Cilian and Monica from SEMFI and JPAL, that are working very hard with us in everything that has to do with the evaluation and the design of the specific methodology to be able to have data for being able to do the evaluation. We have closely an ethics committee that helps us in this kind of methodology, as I told you, the randomized control trial. So we all together, it's like a big puzzle that is important just for us to show you that we have been doing like a very big effort between all of us to try to figure out the results. Most of the pilots are going to finish during October or November, so we are having to start very closely to have to the impact data evaluation. So,
many thanks. Many thanks. Well, CEMFI has been mentioned already, as well as JPAL, I will come later, for two things. The strategic partnership, so the fact of relying in the monitoring and evaluation on a sort of independent researchers, but also at the same time as experts on randomized controlled trials. So what I would like to ask you, Monica, Professor of Economics, is exactly how. Can you explain a little bit more on the methodological side, how these randomized controlled trials work, how they're effective, and what is actually your role in the implementation of the project that has been just illustrated?
Exactly. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to the event and for this panel. As you have been mentioning, I'm professor of economics at SEMFI, who is a research center founded by the Bank of Spain. And our role has been to provide assistance together with JPAL in trying for the ministry to conduct these evaluations with the highest possible scientific standards, right? So that has been our role and what we have been trying to do in the last couple of years. But before getting into the details, I also want to set a little bit in perspective what I think, what in my view, this ministry has done with this initiative of the Social Policy Lab. Because in my view, this is quite transformative in the way we conduct policy in general, right? So, and let me also take a step back to tell you why, right? So the ministry sets up in 2020 the minimum income scheme, which is like a fundamental policy, which my colleagues have described at length, but it's, you know, that's even not enough for them, right? They say income is not enough. Social exclusion is a multidimensional phenomenon. We have to tackle it through many different frameworks, right? Single mothers might need assistance with their kids. People are struggling with all sorts of issues. There is education investments that we could do. There is all sorts of policies. But then, instead of saying, let's do A, B, C, and D, they say, we actually do not know what works best in this population. So that's what is, for me, quite a change in the paradigm, in terms like policymakers saying, we don't know what is best, let's test it, let's see what works, and let's evaluate it with the highest rigor that we could have. And that's what the Social Policy Lab is doing, right? They are, you know, through this partnership we are conducting 38 pilots with the idea of, at the end of the day, giving us a sense of what has worked best and in what populations, and of course why, right? So to me that's a big change of paradigm, which is also quite, to some extent, new also in the European framework, right? Because the commitment of Spain with the European Commission is that it's not the funding is not going to serve the implementation of these policies, but also out of that, we're going to generate scientific evidence on what works best. And this knowledge could be useful for other countries in the European Union or in other frameworks, right? So that's also quite a change in paradigm. And on top of that, again, they invite us, JPAL and SEMFI, to ensure that those evaluations are with the highest scientific standards again. And what I mean by that is that it's not enough to evaluate in terms of processes, which is a necessary part of the evaluation. The funds arrive, they reach these communities and are well spent. That's, of course, something that we have to check. But we want to go a step further, and we want to evaluate what is the causal effect of these policies. How much this extra 1,000 euros is helping this family or this set of families relative to a counterfactual world in which this help has not been given. Right? So what we want to do, or what we are actually doing, is to have like kind of a similar framework to clinical trials, right? We all follow a few years ago the trials, the clinical trials on the COVID-19 vaccine, right? We almost follow it on real time, right? On seeing how the treatment group compare to the control group in terms of infection and so on. Right? That's kind of the gold standard in medicine. That's the way in which our societies have said this is the only way of evaluating whether medicines or drugs work or not. And what we're saying is that we could do something similar with social policy. We could have a treatment group which is subject to, or are given some benefits or some help, and we compare it to a control group that for a time they do not have that policy. Right? We might treat the control group down the road, as we actually did with the COVID vaccine, right? At some point we stopped the trial and everyone got the vaccine, right? So that's what we're trying to do, and the usefulness of that is that it's going to allow us to know what is the causal effect of those policies. And that's actually a number that it should be of fundamental importance for policymakers and for citizens, right? If we need to decide whether to spend €1 more in helping single mothers relative to health, relative to education, we want to know where it is more effective, right? So as Francesco said, this is also evaluating projects or programs according to the highest scientific standards and trying to get causal effects on the causal impact of those programs is key also in this new paradigm and new reform of the European fiscal rules, right? So, in short, what we have done is to, with the ministry, in terms of making these trials were conducted to the highest scientific standards, we can discuss more into the details on how we made that operational. But yeah, that has been our role, and it's still an ongoing process, and it's going to be very exciting to see, what are the results of all these evaluations.
Many thanks. I directly pass the word to Cillian as Director of JPAL Europe. You are also the second partner. So I'm actually curious, there is many partners, so maybe you can define exactly what are you doing with respect to the same project, explaining a little bit the collaboration. And then actually JPAL started more in development countries and not in Europe. So what's actually the added value, or how can you actually translate your experience into the European context?
Thank you. And again, for me as well, it's a great honor to be here and a real pleasure. And this entire collaboration with the ministry and with CEMFI, I think has been one of the most exciting projects that JPAL Europe has been involved in recent years. So great to be able to tell you a little bit about it. JPAL is a network of about 800 researchers around the world. Monica is one of them. And they're united in their interest in using randomized controlled trials, or RCTs, to bring scientific evidence to questions of poverty alleviation. So as Monica was saying a little bit, how do we go beyond relying on our instincts, our intuitions about what are going to be good programs and policies, and how do we test those things in a causal manner, in a rigorous manner, to ensure that we're making a good use of the resources that we're actually sending towards them. So as you mentioned, a lot of this work has actually started in lower and middle income countries, and JPAL Europe is actually one of our smaller offices. So we were set up in Paris at the Paris School of Economics in 2008. But I think that impulse to rigorously test and challenge our ideas about what works is not as automatic in Europe as it is in some parts of the world. I think Latin America stands out as one area where a lot of governments are investing in this work. And we see some of it in Europe, but I think we were incredibly excited to hear from the ministry when they were embarking on this evaluation of the 34 pilots, because it's not something that we always do. And that might be because some of these policies, we've had them in place for a very long time. We think we have a good sense of what works. It seems to be working. But I think this research exists to really pinpoint where are the policies that are most effective, particularly in a time of limited resources. We mentioned earlier the role of a finance ministry, being very important, sometimes pushing us to be more judicious in our use of resources. And this research can be useful in helping us think about how do we make an argument that this is actually a policy that's going to generate impacts that another policy might not be able to achieve, and how do we quantify some of those measures. So in terms of our general role in the collaboration, I think it's sort of fluid. We have one full-time staff member who's here, Ana Garcia Hernandez, who sits in the ministry, and I think we'll talk a bit about that later in the panel, but this idea of being able to really institutionalize evidence making often involves trying to set up structures like the policy lab that can give us a good model for not only what we're evaluating today, but in the future, how do we actually apply some of those lessons? I want to give you an example. You asked about some of our other research in Europe, and I wanted to talk to you about some of the reasons why we might do this research using some of the studies that have been done in Italy. I think the goal isn't to always use an RCT for any program under the sun. We definitely shouldn't be doing that. You'll hear, and many of you in the room know about what an investment they are in terms of time, in terms of planning, but thinking about where are we actually going to learn an incredible amount from an evaluation that will help us design other programs in the future, that will help other member states in Europe think about how they might approach the same solution, or same problem, excuse me, in a different way. And also help us think about how can we, in some cases, maybe narrow down. So we might have a program that's quite effective, but it turns out if we actually reduce some of the intensity of the program, we might use an RCT to show that we can still get the same impact using fewer resources, and trying to explore that as an open question. So I think one time that we want to use an RCT is when we are adopting an approach or a program that's particularly innovative. So it starts from kind of in a new point of departure, it tries something new that we haven't tested before. And so, we have really genuine questions. We have good reasons to think it's going to work, but we're really looking for proof on that. And I think just one good example of that in our research comes from two academics, Michela Carlana and Eliana La Ferrara in Italy, who took the, I won't call it an opportunity, but the event of schools closing in Italy at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic to think about how they could address the coming learning loss for students who are going to be moving online, who might struggle in different ways to actually learn the same things. And so what they did was they launched a program in a matter of weeks, working with volunteer university students to actually connect middle school students in Italy with people who were training to be teachers and helping them to learn. And it was a free online program. They worked in that first version with just 1,000 students. And because they had limited resources, they couldn't overnight roll this out to every student in Italy, even if they thought that might be a good idea. They were able to randomize, so randomly select among the students who applied for this kind of tutoring, whether or not they actually got access to it. So 1,000 of them did get it in 76 schools. And the tutoring ran for just 5 weeks, but they found that students who received that tutoring came to class more, they exerted more effort, they showed fewer behavioral problems in class, and they did better in school. They also reported better psychological well-being. And it was interesting in some of the analysis that they did there, they also found that those improvements were particularly concentrated among immigrant students who might have fewer resources, who might have less of a friendship network, people that they could rely on. So second, we might be adopting an approach that has been used a lot or established and evaluated in a different country or in a different context, but we may want to make adaptations to a new place, to a different school system, to a different population. And we might have good ideas about how to do that, but again, we might want to rigorously evaluate some of the ways in which that actually works and whether the impacts are generated. So Carlana and La Ferrara have been working with school systems in other countries, including in Latin America, to see whether they can achieve the same effects using similar kinds of remote tutoring programs. And one thing that's playing an important role there in whether those programs can succeed is, do they have the same level of internet access? Because obviously if you can't get on Zoom to access this tutoring, you have a challenge. But it's not just in Latin America. Beyond that, other researchers have been inspired places like in Ukraine to think about whether students either in Ukraine or outside Ukraine who are no longer able to learn within the Ukrainian system might benefit from such tutoring and kind of ways of keeping in touch with their original curriculum. So that's another way in which you might use this. And then the third one that I'll outline is that we might, as I mentioned, invest in RCT if we're trying to compare different ways of delivering a program and to see if we can achieve the same impacts at lower costs. And that's incredibly valuable when you have limited resources, when your budget's coming under pressure, and you might want to say, you know, these impacts are incredibly important. This is a signature policy for us. We're not willing to get rid of it, but we need to find some way to see if we can do more with less. And here I stress that cost cutting does not need to mean a reduction in impacts. You may just be trying to find ways to get to the same solution. It could mean that the tutoring happens slightly less often. It could mean that we actually group students together and see if that's as effective as having one-on-one tutoring. And so that's some of the questions that La Ferrara and Carlana are exploring with other schools in Italy today. And then just very quickly, I'll just sum up a further word on the added value of RCT research more generally. I think in the most basic sense, it gives us this quantifiable impact of a program, that's incredibly important to the broader policy discussions that we're having today. Maybe even more important, it gives us confidence in understanding why our program is working. So if we have time to set up a good randomized evaluation, we can think about testing different mechanisms, different ways in which we think the program works, and come out of the research with some confidence in what actually is producing the intended effect. And then finally, I think it allows us to really put the weight of our resources behind innovation. So when we have a new idea, rather than just saying, you know, here's a small cash prize, congratulations, you did a great job, good luck, we can actually think about how do we scale up that program, now having the confidence that it actually it works in the way it was intended.
Many thanks, Cillian. You talk about innovation now, and then I go directly to the innovation laboratory and activity at the Inter-American Development Bank Group. Also in this case, we start from non-EU context, which is quite interesting, I have to say. And you said something, what do you do with less resources? Because that's the starting point when you start. Can you maybe tell us more about what your activity and how actually which kind of evaluation methodology do you deploy in your experience?
Thank you, Francesco. Happy to be here. Good morning to everybody. I'm still suffering jet lag, so it's going to be a slow, elaborate speech, but you're going to have to forgive me for that. I'm trying to do two things here. First of all, of course, to provide a non-EU context, but the second thing that I want to try to do is I'm going to try to talk about what a social policy lab and the future of a policy lab in a much more of a macro context. So first of all, I work for the Inter-American Development Bank. The Inter-American Development Bank is the premier financing institution for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have a particular setup at the bank. We have a window of the bank that actually does work with the government. So we lend directly to the government, produce knowledge for the government and for policies and social policies. We also have a private sector, a big private sector window that actually works with companies in Latin America and the Caribbean to fulfill specific development problems, but it's a big window. The third one, which I belong to, and this is what I want to talk about, is our innovation lab, the IDB lab. And the IDB lab has 30 years already of work on, in development problems. We are based on three premises. And the three premises are essentially that, first of all, public and private sector, they need to work together in order to solve development problems. We don't see it any other way. The second premise, which is super important, is innovation is key. Of course, we are all convinced about that, but it's easy to say, difficult to do. So innovation is key for us, especially because we have new problems. We're talking about, for example, minimum income. We were not talking about minimum income 10 years ago. New problems, but also all intractable problems in Latin America, they do need innovation. And the third one, and this is my job, my day job, is that we need to measure impact rigorously. We need to look also at producing knowledge from that income without impact. Without that knowledge, impact measurement is doesn't get what it gets to get. But the third and very important issue for us is scalability, is how to scale up programs. And that's a real target for us and a real challenge for us. So essentially what we do is we work with startups, venture funds, but also social enterprises to find new ways of tackling problems. Okay? We've been doing that for 30 years, and I've talked to many colleagues during these 2 days, and we have a record of success, but also a record of failure. And the record of failure is the most important one that we have. One example, we are coping now with the issue of technological unemployment in Latin America and the Caribbean, believe it or not. We have many different pilots trying to solve that problem. So far, our pilots have been, especially with the COVID situation, they've been unsuccessful. But we learned a great deal from those pilots. So what we're doing now, essentially now, is we are feeding back into social policies, especially employment policies, what the issues of skills, re-skills are in the context of virtual realities and also technological unemployment. So I want to give you that big framework because the future, essentially for us, is to look at these topics with private sector, with new actors and new problems. I'm hoping that the Social Policy Lab will eventually migrate into other topics. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an idea of how we have worked with topics that are diverse and what kind of evaluation framework we have. Of course, we do randomized and non-randomized trials. We work with A/B type of methodologies. We do have a situation, of course, of rapid evaluation because we fail and we fail quick. So that's something that a Social Policy Lab needs to understand very well, which is how to deploy evaluation methodologies that allow you to actually decide that you're not going to go in that direction, you're going to go in a different direction. So that's another important point. So moving forward, I think that for Social Policy Lab and talking about evaluation, the first thing that we need to do is we need to talk about strategic indicators, aggregate strategic indicators. We're looking now at a specific program or a specific set of programs for a specific policy, but when you migrate to other topics and other difficulties and other challenges, you need to have aggregated impact measurements. We call it KPIs because that's a fancy thing that you talk about in the private sector, but essentially they are impact evaluation and impact indicators that you put on the table. So how do you measuring aggregated outcomes in health, in education, in labor policies? You need to produce those, and those are not easy to produce. And there's another challenge. They move quite a bit. From year to year, we have to do methodology adjustments on those aggregate topics. The other issue is portfolio. The portfolio in a specific topic. That's the other issue that we're looking at, how to measure the impact of a portfolio at an aggregate level and how we translate into that in social policies. So that's the second part. And the third part that I want to tell you is about scaling. I talk about scaling as an important thing. I think that for a social policy lab moving forward, the proof of success is whether you can scale up policies or not. And scaling now, it needs to be carefully tuned to understand what we mean when we talk about scaling. At the IDB Lab, we have moved into a new framework in which essentially we talk about scaling in 3 different ways. We talk about expansion of business, so how many beneficiaries you actually reach is super important. But we are also working with scaling in an issue of collaboration, with how many new actors we work to produce policies, to evaluate policies, and to scale up policies. And the other topic is replication, and this is important, especially when we're talking a multi-country type of situation. How many countries actually, or how many local governments in the case of Latin America, are taking up the new policies that we're putting on the table and what we're evaluating. 2 more things about scaling, and with this I'm going to finish. The first one is, it is important to understand scale and scalability if you have a policy lab. The rate of failure or the rate of success, sometimes you cannot show it in 1, 2, or 3 years. So you need to measure scalability as you go forward for policies. That is to say, what can you tell about the policy 2 or 3 years after you have implemented that? Because scaling, which is different to scalability, is going to happen over time in the medium to long term. And we have learned the hard way that we need to be careful in negotiating one and the other topic. So impact is important at the aggregate level. Creating feedback loops is super important as well. And the third one is to understand scaling in a different way. Without that, it's very difficult to maintain the business of a social policy lab or any lab of innovation. Thank you.
Many thanks, Marcelo. Many, many thanks. Now, well, I think we have a lot of questions. Someone already prepared, but in principle, we go immediately to the second round. But in case anyone wants to intervene, just raise your hand, and we can just be more interactive. It's something that has been said, trigger some of your thoughts. Minister of Belgium.
Yes, if possible, I'd like to intervene here. I may shorten then my intervention in the next panel. But no, because I'd like to challenge a little bit, not just for the sake of debate, but really challenge a little bit the emphasis on RCT. But let me first say that I admire what you've been doing in Spain. It's great. It's great in terms of policy. It's great in terms of research. And I think JPAL is an excellent initiative. However, I think we should not say that RCT is the only game in town. And that's important. Let me give you one example in my own experience. We launched, I think, a very innovative new scheme of primary mental health care in Belgium. And I had a parallel, a very thorough scientific evaluation of it. Now, the essence of the scheme basically is that you say to people, if you experience a kind of a minor psychological problem, you can find a clinical psychologist, which is available, cheap, etc. And it's preventative, because it's about avoiding escalation into serious mental disorder. So you say to people, you show up, and here's a clinical psychologist, and he'll do a few sessions with you. The evaluation is very positive in that sense that we see that if we follow, we had a big sample of, we followed people after 6 months after the intervention. There was improvement in well-being, in health status, also in absenteeism. They were more at work. And exactly at this moment, my chief of cabinet is using that argument against the employers who don't want to vote our budget. I'm explaining that more investment in primary mental health care is a good thing in terms of absenteeism. I have the data. Now, the difficulty is you cannot do that in any practical way with RCT. Because RCT would mean that you would have people who say, I have a problem, and then you give them a placebo. You do something with them, but not those sessions. But that's really impossible. That's really impossible. Now, the statistician will say, yes, Mr. Van den Broeke, you can do propensity scoring. I know. But extremely complicated to do propensity scoring with that kind of profile. So people who have a minor psychological problem, suppose they don't show up, where do we find them? How do we know them? How do we know their absenteeism? So that is extremely difficult. And so this is innovative, but the architecture itself lends itself very difficultly to RCT. However, I think we can plausibly argue that there is causality in the research. So I think rather than just saying RCT is the only game in town, you should say the good thing about RCT is this and this and this. There might be other methodologies that also answer those requirements, and those types of methodologies should be kind of accepted at EU level. I should also say that that's a minor remark just to challenge you, because you mentioned COVID-19. I'm Minister of Health. So I can send you a paper which shows that a large majority of the clinical trials during COVID on new therapies and new drugs were simply without any value added. Because of duplication, too small sample size. It's a big problem. Clinical trials in medicine is a big problem. There's a lot of work. You need it. It's really the gold standard. But it's not because it's RCT that it has value added. And so I think that we should say RCT on a number of conditions. That's indeed an absolute gold standard under a number of conditions. But then you also need other methodologies that also, in a sense, answer a certain gold standard. So that's a kind of remark and maybe a bit of a challenge I would like to make.
Thanks.
Can I?
There's a lot of challenges.
Can I say a few words?
Both of you maybe can answer on RCT, I think.
Thank you very much. I think this is the interesting part. I completely agree that RCTs are not and should not be the only game in town. I mean, if anything, I feel that this government went to say, let's go up to the most rigorous, because the government needed to do a big jump into, the ladder of scientific rigor. But I completely agree that it's not the only game in town, and we should combine them with many other methodologies. But it's also true that I think that, what RCTs are feasible or not, could be enriched through better design of RCTs. You could design them in terms of like one region, a set of regions, or you could, there is a lot of innovation in the scientific realm of RCTs to expand what is feasible and how much we can get out of them. So that what it tells, it leads us to think is that it's actually a strong connection with the scientific world that we could also, improve in terms of what RCTs are feasible. But I also agree, as I said, that other methodologies are also important, feasible, and depends on the particular policy challenge that we want to evaluate. One methodology or another would be better.
And maybe I can just say quickly, I also agree. And I think it's a great question. And I think one of your second questions to me in the next round was, what are some of the limits of RCTs? And certain questions where either an RCT is not feasible, or it might not be a great use of resources. But I think one thing that we've been learning so much about in this collaboration has been the investment in research infrastructure, which I hope we'll also get time to talk about on this panel, and how making RCTs more possible when they are the best use, I think, is a lot of work. and a great idea, and then thinking about where we have questions that do lend themselves to an RCT, let's try to do one, if possible. And where we don't, as you say, let's not argue that the absence of an RCT means that we don't have good ideas about what works on this subject. I think it's very important to be clear that that is not true. But I think it's an investment in the infrastructure and the sort of ability for us to say, yes, this is actually a great question that we can go ahead and use an RCT on, is something that takes a bit of time, and that I think the example in Spain is giving us a really great kind of way of looking at it.
I would give the floor to the Minister of Spain.
On this point, although we may discuss it in the subsequent panel, but to me, the reason why we emphasize RCTs as a major ingredient of our policy lab is twofold. One is that if you, in principle, try to rely on such a methodology, you are setting a very high standard, extremely high standard. You may reach it or not, but the fact that you are really considering the extent to which you may end up with a randomized controlled trial as the key evaluation tool for a particular project is methodologically sound, because you may not reach it for a number of reasons. You mentioned some of them, but at least is aspirational. And by being aspirational, you end up with maybe suboptimal methodologies, or the causality maybe is not so 100% clear, but in a way you tried and you have second best, but the second best in a way were derived from having as a potential first best RCTs. The second reason I think RCTs is also very helpful aspirationally is because it requires, and I think you were mentioning this somewhat, it requires from the outset in the project to require a lot of microdata, individual data, because it's essential for the project. And I think, unfortunately, we see a lot of evaluations which don't rely on micro individual data, administrative data, or data that has been produced during the project, but more aggregated data, macro data, where causality link is much more difficult to be established. So the fact that from the outset you really set up an infrastructure for gathering data, monitoring data, producing data, and having data in such a format that can be used for policy analysis is also very helpful. You may end up with that or not, but setting this as aspirationally as something that you are going to try in each project is very helpful in order to have the best possible methodology in each case. This is the rationale, the logic behind what we have done.
Many thanks. Maybe I link this aspect to what I wanted to ask to you, Anna, because when you were describing indeed the complexity and the fragmentation of minimum income schemes in Spain before the reform, and now that you go to the policy lab, you illustrated in your slide a very large number of actors on top of the strategic partners. And I was wondering indeed which kind of challenge this implies in terms of data collection, because I guess that the data you had on minimum income before the reform were all regionalized with different level of detail, and now you kind of putting all of them together. So the first one, how do you overcome this data challenge? And also then the question, since these are integration itineraries, what's the level of communication with the employment side of the story? Because then you have to reactivate. So my question to you is indeed, as the minister has said, there is need for data. As soon as you want to evaluate, there is need for data. And how did you actually, or are you actually doing it?
Yes. If I can have my presentation again, please. To take the starting point, it's not working. Next one, can you just go? Yes, to be able to tell a little about the data collection in this policy lab, we want to explain you that we are not only collecting data regarding the processes, as Monica said, we are going a little further. And as we have different type of interventions, and we are trying to figure out the causal link between the policy and the expected results, we have to go through the expected and theoretical results to what we call the specific outcomes for each one of these itineraries. So we have worked a lot with our partners that are those who are developing the pilots with the people directly. So we have different type of outcomes, as I said, regarding job insertion, employability, life satisfaction, academic results, motivation, digital and soft skills, and social inclusion. And we are gathering all this information. In a more general way, we can say that we have these data co-responsibility agreements with the partners, and it's the first time we have done such a thing, because before that we are used to analyze individual level, but only statistical microdata available. And at this point, we are sharing that data between the partners and the team to be able, in the first stage, to do like the best design we could. And after the implementation, the partners are going to share data about processes, but also about what we identify like the specific outcomes. So we had a very hard work with the data protection officer in the ministry about the legitimation of the data treatment, all these technical issues that is important to manage before come to the data treatment. And in the more specific way, we used in the design and are going to use in the final evaluation 2 different types of data sources. On the one hand, we can say that we have done a very big effort with our partners to design a specific questionnaire, because once we have identified what we want to measure, we have thought about the specific questions that we are going to ask people, that we are going to be able to analyze the answers and the results. But also we are going to work with administrative data. So in this case, we have these 2 types of data sources. I want to thank a lot all the work that our partners are doing, giving us the data in the specific format that we need to be able to gather data for all the 38 pilots. That is very, we can talk like, we have a lot of challenges, but this data challenge is a very big one, and now that the projects are finalizing, is like the most consuming time for us now. So the important to use this data we gathered through the partners via questionnaire at administrative data. And I want to make a point about using administrative data, as I said in the Aranjuez Declaration, to be able to use this data from the design to the evaluation stage in all the projects. So I don't know if you want more detail, but it's a very effort in data sharing with the partners, and a big effort doing with our colleagues in partnership with us, and we are starting to have this data for the final impact evaluation.
Many thanks. Before going to what I saw an hand earlier in the public, and maybe no longer. Yes. Please, the lady on the back, if you want to take the floor and maybe introduce yourself.
Vale, bueno, yo soy Aida, soy de la Fundación Hogar, sí, uno de los socios, como acaba de comentar ahora mismo, y bueno, respecto justo a lo que estabas comentando, nosotras queríamos daros las gracias al Ministerio porque creo que por darnos esa oportunidad de nuestra experiencia de la primera vez trabajar mano a mano con el financiador. Creo que esto ha sido fundamental para la recogida de los datos y, bueno, es verdad que nos va a permitir que esos nuevos modelos que hemos desarrollado y esos datos que vamos a recabar y que estamos recabando y que nos darán el resultado de la evaluación, pues de alguna manera se vuelvan activos para esas políticas que haya en un futuro. Entonces, desde aquí devolveros las gracias porque es verdad que creo que esta forma de trabajar ha hecho que estos pilotos de verdad sean mucho más completos y que la información que se saque de verdad se pueda después utilizar y sea una transmisión de aprendizajes para lo que viene en el futuro. Gracias.
So for the non-Spanish speaker, so I think it was not a question, it was more an appreciation of the process, of the involvement, and then the data collection that has been launched with all these processes that can then be further put forward, also for all the actors that are actually involved. So then let me, unless there is another, let me go to Marcelo. Actually, I wanted to ask you about how you can extend this to Europe, but then your intervention triggered me some thoughts, and because you were talking about scaling, replication, collaboration, extension of, let's say, of the business. One of the things that emerged today, let's say in the back, is the fact that this slogan, which is, I think, a little bit also doing more with less. But we don't want, first of all, to have less resources. But
you're speaking like a finance minister at this point.
No, because the risk is that if you say too loud, then they say, okay, you can actually reduce the resources. No, but the issue that you touched upon is replicability. Mm-hmm. And the issue of time. Mm-hmm. And this, I was thinking indeed of the time that we have. For instance, if you think about the adjustment plans in the economic governance, is 7 years. And then you have to report annually on this.
Exactly.
And then I was wondering, what can we actually report every year on this? Because we are expected actually to report every year. So how do we combine the tight time for the implementation? Or maybe we might need more time. So if you want to comment on this.
Let me make a point on the discussion that we just had. So we've been forced to look at different methodologies. We started with RCTs, and we invested quite a bit, and we still invest in that, but we are going into new methodologies, but we're also looking at new sources and new type of data. And, I totally agree that administrative data are, important for us in terms of policy development and evaluation. But also, we are looking more and more at non-structured data that is out there, and also synthetic data that is not necessarily produced by administrative records. So we need to push a little bit the frontier of what we can do, not only looking about methodologies, but also sources and type of data that we're using. That's been difficult for us because we went very traditional in the way we go about evaluating programs. Look, I'm going into that stage way because exactly what you're asking me is what is pushing us to do different sources and different data, because we are looking at data at this point that can be produced year to year or every 2 years in order to evaluate our programs. What we have found, and this is key, and it's very difficult for us to do on the public side, is that we need to rely more and more on our private sector partners, call it whatever you want, implementing NGOs, to produce and create data. So that's important. In order to be more constant about the production of data, we need to enlarge the capacity of our own implemented partners to produce data. And that's been always an Achilles heel for us. So my answer is we sometimes when we're in the public sector, we only look at our own capabilities. The capabilities of third parties are important to mobilize data that is produced year by year, and that can actually help you to know whether you are going in the right direction or failing. The big question I'm going to put on the table, of course, is are you able, willing, and ready to say, stop, this is not working, we need to move in a different direction. And that's difficult in the 7-year cycle that you're talking about.
Yeah. That's a very important point, I think, when we discuss about the time of the adjustment. Is there any... yes, Iri, please. You can introduce yourself.
Many thanks, Iri Schwarz from the European Commission. You use the slogan "doing more with less." We often use another one, "leaving no one behind." And that actually brings me to a question. You have talked a lot about measuring efficiency and effectiveness of pilot programs, randomized control trials, etc. And in this context, how do you actually address the creaming effect of different participation in those programs? Because obviously the measures that will be addressed to those who are relatively ready to move up, closer to the labor market will be, by definition, more effective and efficient. But the assistance to those that are at the furthest away will, by definition, be most expensive, most time-consuming, and probably least effective and efficient. So how do you sort of work with this in your trials? Because we certainly are very much cautious of the sort of potential creaming effect. I still have a vivid memory of a particular public employment service that introduced a premium payment bonus for case handlers who actually bring people to the labor market. And this resulted in a case where they simply did not deal at all with those further away, and had a success rate of 97% because they were just simply targeting those who are ready, and that has led to further divide in implementing the program. So how do you see this particular aspect in the trials and pilots?
I feel I have a reputation I have to defend here, because I don't want anyone to leave the room thinking I'm the do more with less person, or that RCTs are necessarily that methodology. So thank you for this question, because I think that interest in understanding particularly heterogeneous effects of programs and being able to break down populations that are participating in a program and really identifying what works for whom is incredibly important part of the work that we're doing. And I also think an interest in shifting from simply looking at just outcomes, absolute outcomes as the only measure, which I think you're talking a bit about, do we just find the people who are the easiest to get into the labor market and work with them only? One thing that's very nice about investing in rigorous impact evaluation is we can shift to looking at the actual change, the impact that's been generated by the program. So by, as you say, investing in people who need the program the most, how can we show that even if the absolute outcome might be less impressive than a program that's just working with people who already have a beautiful CV, might have just been out of work for a little bit of time, we can actually show that this program is worth the extra investment, because those who need the program more, who may need different types of attention that are indeed more resource, more labor intensive, that the impact is actually greater in those programs. And so I think that's very much the focus of some of this kind of research. It's in saying where, and when I mentioned earlier that often we're trying to explore different impacts of different ways of delivering a program, or who we're working with, this is exactly what you might use rigorous impact evaluation to do, to say, we're not just saying, who can we get into the labor market tomorrow? Okay, quick fix intervention, we're done. But rather, why is it worth actually investing? And so some of the research in France, for example, has looked specifically at this question, and at how, I'm thinking of research that looks at entrepreneurship and investing time in listening to young people. And rather than picking people who have a business plan that's ready to go, that are looking to kind of implement it, instead saying, how can I help you as a person? How can I think about your aspirations? And what this particular research found is that it actually wasn't so helpful in starting new businesses, but it did help people earn more money and actually get into wage labor over time. And one of the ways that the research one of the hypotheses there is that by actually providing a space, an investment in a person, their future, their own aspirations, that you were able to sort of affect better labor market outcomes than other programs that are just saying. I'm not going to say that's an absolute lesson, but I think an interesting focus on particularly people who might be less ready to get into a job tomorrow. So that's another important use of this work.
Can I add up something? I feel that to some extent that's a question that it's more relevant to the policymaker than the methodology or the science, in the sense that policymakers might decide that subjective well-being is the impact outcome that we care about. And in that sense, maybe helping the homeless creates like a larger impact, despite the fact that they may be still very far away from joining the labor force, but it's not the methodology that would suggest we should look at labor market activity. There might be other outcomes, much richer, that we care about, and in that kind of, if we pick that outcome, perhaps helping those people in need. But then, and then, of course, we could say, there could be programs that say helping these people, it's fundamental, we should do it no matter what's the impact. That's another approach, which with humanitarian aid, sometimes we feel like that for good reasons. But even with that still deserves the question of, okay, we want to help the homeless or some particularly vulnerable group to have a better well-being no matter what, but still that there's the question of how do we do it, right? What are the different interventions? Should we give them a house, or should we give them some job? So that still, I feel that even in those situations, the methodology will still be able to help.
We have a written question.
We have a written question, okay.
Once a policy has passed the RCTs in Policy Lab, and do you scale it, how do you evaluate it in the world population? How do you evaluate that scalability is good? I think for Marcela, okay, perhaps.
Scalability, as I said, it's a short-term type of measurement. So what we do essentially there is we look at the readiness of the implemented instruments to go into scale. So we're looking at the capacity of the implementing agency, whether it's a public agency or a private agency, we look at that. We look at their administrative capacity, but also at their technical capacities. We look at the financial capacity that they have, that is to say whether they are securing after 2 years, 1 year or more years, the long-term financial sustainability of the program. And we reassess the methodology to actually evaluate the impact, and that's important. If you cannot reassess the evaluation to see the impact in the long to medium term, normally it's not the same methodology, we do have a problem. If we use the same methodology that we look at and use at the outset. So that's basically what we do. And then what you have to do actually is also reset all the indicators with the methodology. Sometimes you learn a lot about design at that point, at the point of scalability, and you need to readjust the design. To the point of leaving no one behind, what we have found is that after 2 years, you can look at design issues and reassess the design that you had originally and reset the methodology moving forward. That's what we do normally with the scalability at the short term.
Which it's a very interesting point, the revision, if you want, of the milestone and targets, to put it in a EU jargon, no?
That's easy for us because we're an innovation lab. You know very well that when you're in a public sector situation, unless you had a conversation before, you're stuck with that methodology and those indicators, and that's a problem normally.
Yeah, many thanks. I think we reached our time. I was actually, in the meantime, looking at which milestone you agreed with the European Commission for this policy lab. And it's interesting to see that the next milestone is on the first quarter of 2024. And it's not based on the results that you will achieve with these pilot projects, but on the publication of the study. That, as the minister has illustrated, Minister Escrivá, that what makes this sound is the methodology. So the application methodology, upon which then you will ask basically the funding for this specific measure. And it was quite interesting because I think it's quite different from what I was thinking, that you had to achieve, okay, I've reached X number of people, I've retrained X number. No, it's on the methodology that you had the agreement, which is quite also to reflect upon, so on the scientific soundness of what you have been doing. Without further delay, many thanks to all the panelists, many thanks to you for intervening in this debate, and I leave the floor to the next panel.
And just, we are doing 2 minutes of pause to change the micros. So we continue, please. As we approach at the end of our conference, it is indeed an honor to introduce the high-level panel of Charles Laras in an exploration of the future of policy social in Europe. This panel is privileged to have the esteemed member of the European Parliament, Ms. Lina Galvez, as its moderator. Ms. Galvez is Vice Chair of the Committee of Industry, Research and Energy, member of the Women's Rights and Gender Equality Committee, and substitute member of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee, where she has been particularly involved in the legislative process of files relating to socio-economic governance, such as European semester. And now it is my pleasure to present our distinguished panelists for this conclusion session. First, once again, our minister, Mr. José Luis Escrivá. We welcome to the Vice Prime Minister of Belgium, Mr. Frank van der Broek. Also with us is the Permanent Secretary of State of Germany, Ms. Rolf Smattenberg. And we close with Ms. Jos Korte from the European Commission. Please, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. It is for me an honor to chair, to moderate this great panel. As it has been said, it's very close to my activity in the European Parliament as been a rapporteur of the semester, but also some files regarding poverty. And even now and this year, again, involved with the semester, and again involved with the file on rising living cost and energy poverty. And this is also very, very close to my academic background. I'm a professor of economic history, and I've done a lot of research on the beginning of social protection and the origins of welfare states. So it is, as I said, it is a real honor. This panel is a bit shorter than the previous one, so I hope I didn't need to be very tough on time. I hope you auto-regulate yourself very much. We are going to have two rounds. And I hope you could just speak 5 minutes in each of them in order to have a final discussion for the two parts. As you know, this panel will focus on social spending returns and its link to economic governance, and especially also how to make that goals a reality. And again, obviously, we will be talking about tools, institutions, labs, methodologies, really how to make it possible. I will start with Minister José Luis Escrivá, Minister of Inclusion and Social Security and Migrations from the Spanish government. Minister Escrivá, a priority for the Spanish presidency has been to advance on European social protection system, on coordination. You have co-hosted the high-level group of the future of social protection and the welfare state in the European Union and the new economic governance. How do you think we could move forward, how we could advance in such a coordination? And also would like to ask you how, if it is possible, how we are going to change the narrative from social cost to social investments and social returns. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I think this is a very relevant question. In our presidency, we try to identify, I think that the starting point is the social pillar at the European level, the pillar for social rights. This provides a framework that is very helpful and very potentially powerful. So when we discuss the priorities of our presidency on the social front, together with other ministries, we try to identify areas in which there is really a need to make further progress at the European level and fill in certain gaps in terms of social coverage, always inspired by this social pillar. So, and this is something which is very horizontal to our government, not only our ministry, but other ministries. So in other ministries, for instance, focused on platform workers, where it is identified that there might be a problem in terms of rights and protection. Also on the importance of social dialogue, because it is identified that the loss of presence and influence of trade unions in Europe over the last few decades, years and decades, clearly in the more recent crisis, has given rise to probably an uneven redistribution of income in the face of certain crises. For instance, the current one, with this surge of inflation, there is already sufficient evidence showing that the loss of income in Europe resulting from this increase in prices is not particularly evenly distributed between households and firms, let's put it this way. So that's the reason of focusing on social dialogue. Also from other ministries responsible, the focus is on people with disabilities. In the case of our ministry, we identified together with them, in addition, further areas in which there is a need for taking a more ambitious European perspective and actions. One is minimum incomes, that we are discussing here. I think it was a major improvement came from the Council recommendation to countries on minimum income early this year, but there is a need to go further, and what we are doing in our presidency is continue focusing on the deployment of minimum income schemes at the national level and to try to monitor the progress that is made in fulfilling these recommendations. A second area in which we have also given priority is self-employed. The self-employed, it is well known, and the evidence is overwhelming, that is one area within the working population in Europe which is really undercovered in terms of social protection in different directions. So the focus is also on self-employed, and we are working on that. We also need to make further progress of a number of pieces of legislation and directives and regulations in Europe that really goes in the direction of coordinating our social security systems, also directives that go in the direction of ensuring the protection beyond the national borders, and also enhancing the single labor market in Europe. And last but not least, I would say this social investment concept that we are very much pushing together with the Belgian subsequent next presidency, which basically aims, together with other initiatives like the one also launched between Spain and Belgium before, on the social mechanism, social convergence mechanism. The convergence word is not so well accepted sometimes, but social convergence indicators that should be part of the European semester and the discussion. Together with that, we are working on social investment, and the reason why social investment now is important to be not only defined but also conceptualized at the European level has to do again with the European semester and with the ongoing work on the new fiscal framework to be implemented in Europe next year after a number of years without fiscal rules. The Commission put forward a proposal to the Council and primarily to the ECOFIN Council in first instance, where indicated that there were a number of investments that should be identified and prioritized and could give rise to more flexibility in the so-called medium-term structural frameworks of individual country, which is a key element in the governance for the future. And this investment include investment related to the digital and green transition, but there is also a clear indication in this proposal of the Commission that investment in the field of the European social pillar. So, from that perspective, the EPSCO, the Council responsible for labor and social policies, has the responsibility, this is what we thought, to develop this social investment concept in order to be able to provide a framework which is rigorous and also based on evidence in order to be able to pinpoint in the future what investments from the social front are particularly provide particularly medium and long-term returns to our societies that justify being prioritized in this fiscal framework that will be designed at the national level but discussed and approved upon with the European authorities. That's basically the aim of what we are doing, and we want to make use of our presidency and the Belgian presidency in order to be able to come up with something which we find that is a sound and rigorous framework.
So thank you very much for elaborating on fiscal rules, on this social dialogue, this increasing income inequality, and also this unequal impact of crisis, but also structural transformation, especially this developing this social investment concept and social convergence indicators. So, Deputy Prime Minister van der Broek, you will take in the presidency at the 1st January, and you have been working very closely also with the Spanish presidency, with Minister Escrivá, on developing this social investment concept. How do you think we could move forward, which you were sharing with us before, some very interesting examples from Belgium. So how do you feel about these issues?
Thank you for inviting me. Maybe in this first round I will say something indeed on this problem of evaluation, and in the next round we can go more political, if I may. In Belgium, in my country, I think we should be modest about where we are in terms of policy evaluation. We should do much better. And so this is a real challenge. However, where we are somewhat advanced is microsimulation. Thanks to the fact that we have a number of university teams who have been working for many years on microsimulation, Béa Cantillon's team, for instance, and that's also linked to European networking. It's very much linked also to our engagement in Euromod. But so within Belgium, we have in the Ministry of Social Affairs, we have Belmod, which is microsimulation on social policy in Belgium. In the Belgian Planning Office, we have MIDAS, which is also microsimulation on pension policy, social protection policy, etc. Let me say something on the limits of microsimulation and something on what is needed to do it well. The limit, obviously, is that with microsimulation, what you basically do is you get a very fine-grained picture, ex ante, of your policy output. Not necessarily the final result or the outcome. You get a fine-grained picture of the policy output. That is very important per se. However, and that's the limit, typically in your microsimulation, it's a first-order mechanical exercise. You don't have behavioral reactions, etc. So it's a bit limited, but it's an important step. To do it well, you need data, and this is my first really European point. You need data. You need administrative data, you must be able to work with them, and insofar as you work with service, you need sufficiently developed survey data. Personally, from my own experience, I think that we should invest more, both in accessibility of administrative data, but also still in instruments like EU SILC. EU SILC is simply underinvested in. It's for a small country like Belgium, the sample size is so limited that it's difficult to do much research on fine-grained questions. Obviously, that's our work, but it should be kind of a European demand, I think, vis-à-vis national statistical offices, that they must invest more in this. Secondly, on administrative data, there's a real issue of accessibility, which is linked to GDPR. That's an EU challenge. I think it's very important that at EU level, there is a realistic and pragmatic way to go about GDPR and the use of administrative data. Otherwise, you can't do very much. In my health domain, there is an important development, obviously, with the European Health Data Space, which I hope will be accepted. In the European Health Data Space regulation, we need to find a good equilibrium between privacy, obviously, protection, obviously, but also accessibility and secondary use of data. We created in Belgium now, it's been launched in practice last week, I created a health data agency to facilitate the secondary use of health data. It's absolutely key to whatever kind of policy evaluation you want to do in healthcare or health. So we created a health data agency. It's been up and running since last week. But it's part of a bigger European challenge on data, data protection, data exchanges, etc. Let me then maybe extrapolate a little bit and just affirming what the representative of JPL said in the previous panel. All this is about data infrastructure. To do RCT well, to do random control trials well, you need well-organized data. To implement other types of evaluation, because I said vis-à-vis the previous panel, RCT is not the only game in town. But to do other types of evaluation, you need data. And that's a really European issue. The example I've given in the previous discussion, that's a true cost-benefit analysis. That's much more than microsimulation. That's a true cost-benefit analysis of an intervention in primary mental health care. We cannot do RCT there, but we can plausibly show causality. I can plausibly argue to employers who think we spend too much in healthcare that intervention pays them a return which is way more important in terms of what they have to pay less to people who do not show up in work than what we pay for these sessions for the clinical psychologists. I can show that. But obviously, to do that well, you need data, data, data. And I think that's important. And we also have to overcome resistance on the basis of, let's say, overdue emphasis on privacy, overdue emphasis on the fact that medical doctors want to keep their data with them, etc. You know, all that. But so I think there is an EU agenda on data, on exchange of data, on data infrastructure. And then I think the EU should indeed, I'll come to that in a more political way in the next round. The EU should set standards, ideally gold standards, as we said in the previous panel, standards on how can you make plausible that an intervention has an impact. If you can make that plausible, then you can calculate the impact and you do a variant of cost-benefit analysis, because return on investment is just a variant of cost-benefit analysis. I think that's absolutely key, and I'm very happy that Jose Luis put that squarely on the agenda. We work on this because, as I think I'll come back to that, it's an absolutely key political battle at EU level for the next few months and years.
So thank you very much. I wish you are more present in the European Parliament, because I still remember how difficult it was for me to include ex ante on the semester 2 years ago. It was almost impossible, and asking for data and to improve data all the time, also from Women's Equality and Gender Committee. We are all the time asking for that, because some data really is not good enough in order to measure all the inequalities. But as you said, there is this data agenda, and we are trying to move on, and this secondary use of data. You have put the example on health data, but also everything regarding research. We are really advancing, but again, it's very difficult. Now I would like to move to Secretary of State from Germany, Mr. Schmattenberger. I hope I have pronounced right all your names. And you have launched recently a very interesting scheme, which is the Basic Child Security Plan. Probably what we are talking about here, about the social return, it is probably on infancy, on children, where it is easy to see if that is working or not. Obviously, we will need longitudinal data for that, and we will need very good data in order to follow with microdata this individual all over the life to see if their impact is really good. But could you share, could you tell us something more on that? Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much for your question. But first of all, I would like really to thank Spanish Presidency and the incoming Belgian Presidency for focusing so much on social policy and social Europe. And there was one big action even before you came into presidency, which is now the social convergence framework. Thank you very much. And it's now in the semester process to implement it rigorously. And I'm also very much looking forward to the Jumbo Council in March, where I hope that there will be the opportunity to discuss social investment and its role in European fiscal policy with the ECOFIN. So this is really important initiatives. Thank you very much for this. One thanking, I would also like to thank the Commission, because you did a lot during this period. The directive on minimum wage, strengthening bargaining power, the recommendation on minimum income, and also the high-level group on social protection, which actually raised a lot of awareness on this topic of social investment. And the Council recommendation on minimum income, you could really see in the presentations this morning, because it formulated for me a very important AAA: adequacy, accessibility, activation. And this recommendation gives us now a really clear line how we have to work for implementation. And now I'm at your question, because this reform is about accessibility. Actually, in Germany we have typically complex systems because we are in Germany. So we have a general child benefit, Kindergeld, and since 2005 we have a children supplement, Kinderzuschlag. And the purpose of the Kinderzuschlag is to help those parents for which their own income, including the general benefit, is not sufficient for the needs of the households. Then these parents should be aware that they are eligible of the children supplement, but they are not. We have estimates about this take quote, it's 35%. And so the basic goal of this reform now is to combine different schemes in one scheme, to combine the general benefit with an additional income-dependent benefit, which then will be done in an automatic way in the far future. For the time in between, I think it's very important that with this reform we will introduce an automatic check of eligibility using the data of the income tax offices, so that families get information: you might be eligible, please consider to apply for the Kindergrundsicherung. And actually, this is a quite big reform, quite complex because it involves different schemes. But I would really like to emphasize that to combat poverty, the most important is the third A, the activation part. And here it's about strengthening capacities of parents to have a decent income. And how do you do this? Early childhood education and care. And I think there is a typical investment of social investments which should not, in a fiscal crisis, be destroyed. That's a good example that there you have an infrastructure, and if you have a fiscal crisis, this has to be continued because otherwise you have big damage. And the other one is qualification. So there I'm back also to the importance of this discussion within the economic recovery plan. We were very proud and happy that there is this reference to the European social pillars. And this is also agreed within the German government that we will have this reference in the system in the future.
So thank you very much. I completely agree with you that to have a decent income is probably one of the best ways really to combat child poverty. I was involved also in the directive of minimum wages, and we had really fighting for that, especially to combat also child poverty. And now we move to Mr. Jos Korte, that is the Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion from the European Commission, that has been also very much involved on this informal working group on social investment together with Spain and Belgium. So I'm always asked this question too when I have someone from the Commission, because we have sometimes the impression is there are silos within the Commission, and sometimes you are developing very good policies on one side, but then there are other policies that the others, another Director General, whatever, that it is just limiting these advances. We have seen some of them here. We're talking about minimum wages and this recommendation of minimum income as well. And how do you think, what's the role of the Commission really, and how can the Commission also to break up this kind of, or at least this impression of silos in order to move forward in a coordinated way all over Europe? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. It's a very relevant question, a very important question, and I think we are in the Commission probably as guilty as any administration. Sometimes people tell us that actually the Commission is better, slightly better than member states in linking up the different strands of the policies. But it's a constant struggle. Now, when you speak about the social investments or the economic governance review and this working group, in fact, the basis on which the Council and Parliament are now negotiating, or going to negotiate very soon, is a very good one, as was also explained, because we do actually have in the proposal of the Commission very clear recognition of the importance of the social dimension of this. And I think we've learned also from the mistakes that were made in the austerity period vis-à-vis Greece, but also other countries have suffered a lot and long-term damage. And I think also that the COVID has shown, the pandemic has shown the fragility of the systems in many member states. So I think this awareness is there. And it's not only in DG Employment. I think this is something that also clearly DG ECFIN, Commissioner Gentiloni. So the basis is quite good. Now, instead of having a quite sterile bookkeeping exercise, you need to reduce your debt, we now have a much more sophisticated proposal on the table that would give member states 7 years, 4 plus 3, on the basis of an individual, almost a sort of a contract between the EU and that member state. So this is the commitment you make, and then you bring your finances under control over quite a long period. Now, so that is, I think, a good starting point. Where it gets complicated, of course, and really also, I think, technically difficult, is then to decide which kind of expenditure, social expenditure, would then be considered as a true investment for the future and could therefore be taken into account when these plans, these medium-term fiscal plans are being approved. And that's why we're so happy that this working group was created, because I think it's technically, analytically really difficult. I'm not an economist, so I'm really very impressed by the panel. I'm a humble lawyer. But what I do understand is that, that when you build a bridge or you do an infrastructure investment, there are, the economists agree that this can be depreciated over a number of years. The expenses of that project do not fall in 1 year.
Yeah.
But if you, and that logic seems to never apply to social investments. The social investments, I think, are always in 1 year, which then obviously makes it also very attractive to cut them the moment there is, again, the need to save money. So I think it is very important that this work is done seriously, and that I think is happening in this working group, and there will be an opinion of the MCO and SPC committees also for the November Council. And then this needs to be done collectively with DG ECFIN and with the finance ministers, who I think will only listen to us if we come with, evidence. And that's why actually this morning here is entirely about that. And I really hope that we can manage to come up with convincing arguments. And it will also mean that you need to, at some stage, say, well, not everything we spent on social is by definition good for the economy, or is considered. You need to be realistic. There I see sometimes papers that if you look at what could be taken into account as for the 3 extra years, then it is the climate transition or the climate law, it's the digital decade, it's defense, and it's social. There's not much left, I think. That would almost mean that the whole budget would be, that's unworkable. I think you need to be, if you want to be credible for finance ministers, you need to be really realistic and limit it to a certain number of investments where there is evidence that this pays back over time.
So thank you very much for this science-based policy idea, which is we have been talking about this morning, how important it is. In the Commission, you have very important divisions, as JRC, for instance, that is providing a very good evidence. And also, it is important that we have moved forward this austerity that really has created long-term damage and also political damage. Since we don't have much time, I would like just to make a common question and you could focus each one of you in whatever you decide is best. I would like to know more, or we would like you to share with us more how to make it possible really to move. We were talking about this pillar of social rights. We're talking that we don't have enough data, we don't have enough indicators. If we take, for instance, environmental indicators are probably much more developed than the social ones. Do you think how we can make that possible, this advance, this moving forward? Could be both, you could address both political terms or more methodological terms, more institutional terms. It's up to you to highlight wherever do you think it is good for moving forward the social agenda within the European Union, within a coordinated way, in a very difficult moment, because it's a very difficult moment also politically speaking. So, Minister?
Well, there are various considerations involved when thinking how to answer your question. I will pick up one, which is the need for very solid evidence-based policies. We need to really come up with a very rigorous framework for the years to come in order to give space, room for social policies in these fiscal frameworks and in more general terms in the economic governance at the European level. I think this is key. And I think the policy lab, in a way that we have developed in our ministry, could be seen as, in a way, as the way in my view, to address this policy evidence challenge. And probably in answering your question, I will be now more personal in the sense that since I'm really responsible for the political support for this initiative in Spain, is very much based on a number of shortcomings that I have identified during my professional life. And I would say the first shortcoming is that in empirical analysis, sometimes there is not sufficient obsession, and I use the word deliberately, obsession on causality. We really need to be 100%, to the extent possible, sure that this policy is having really the effects that we should have. In my professional life, I'm primarily a central banker in research. I must say that in the 80s or in the early 90s, when we're making research about monetary policy and discussing, for instance, the causality between money and inflation, the techniques sometimes, even at that time, were very much pure correlations and not with a very good macroeconometric analysis that was developed by people like Ehringer and Angel that became Nobel Prizes and that showed us how to use macroeconometric techniques in order to ensure that causality with macro data was really ensured and that really there was not demand-driven but supply cost from money to inflation, for instance. Just as an example, causality needs to be in the center of the evidence-based methodologically, whatever method, but the obsession needs to be there because this will help us to have more clear results. The second personal experience came later when I became president of the Spanish Fiscal Council for 6 years. And although we were primarily a fiscal watchdog, we were given the responsibility after a few years for policy evaluation in Spain and in particular for spending reviews. And I realized at that time of a number of things. First, that even at the European level, there is really shortcomings. You mentioned that in many, many countries in having ex post policy evaluation based on performance indicators, and also I would say with an economic approach that is to the extent possible general equilibrium. Sometimes we get very partial equilibrium analysis which overlooks a lot of causality links that are very much needed. There are very few institutions at the government level in Europe which really systematically make policy analysis of high level. Probably the only way I would single out here for policy evaluation is the CPB in the Netherlands. The policy economic analysis office of the Netherlands is really a reference, but it is not so easy. At the European level, of course, the Commission launched very much micro-simulation, Euromod. This is more for ex-ante analysis that you mentioned, and also with a particular focus on costing, on fiscal costing, and the impact and result of particular taxation. But again, it's very much sometimes with a partial equilibrium. Not all the links are even established ex-ante in order to have this costing analysis. So you really need techniques that should be more ambitious. And I think I have learned also that we have to move from micro to, I'm a macroeconomist, but I'm certainly a believer in the need for micro data, huge amount of micro data for inference, and the macro analysis has a great deal of limitations in many respects. And my third experience, and on this I finish, but I think it's important, is now that I'm responsible for policy in the social ministry, which I have realized that the implementation or the action in the field of the social policies are undertaken in a very disseminated manner by many, many institutions, foundations, non-governmental organizations, social workers in a lot of administrations, but they lack capacity and muscles in order to be able to have policy evaluation during the entire process of this analysis. So at the end of the day, there is a lack of information about what really works and doesn't work for scaling up these projects. Also, there is a tendency, which is very, very unstable, I would say, of making very different actions at the same time. We have to work with very vulnerable people, with excluded, very poor people, and the inclination is to do a number of things in order to alleviate the situation, to help them. But in doing so, which need to be done sooner or later, the causality link is suffering in order to make inference for what really works better. So with these three, let's say, experiences, we decided in the ministry that we have to launch and to put, let's say, resources, energy, funds, European funds in this case, for a policy lab that in a way try to come up with a framework that in a way overcome these three shortcomings I have mentioned. Thank you.
So thank you very much also for this linking to your personal experience in the three different institutions, the strong evidence, microdata, and coordination. So, Deputy Prime Minister, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you. You may be pleased to learn that I started my professional life a long time ago as a research assistant in the workshop on quantitative economic history. So
great.
Something. Anyway,
good place.
Yes. Anyway, I would like to answer in 3 points. 1, we should reaffirm the European Pillar of Social Rights as the guiding framework for the next 5 years. The Pillar of Social Rights is both about social investment, social protection, cash benefits, services. It's all in there, and we must reaffirm that as the central framework for the action for the next 5 years. That's what we want to do during the Belgian presidency, and we would like to engage Council, Commission, Parliament, social partners with that. 1. Second, Ministers of Social Affairs, Ministers of Employment, Ministers of Finance, Ministers of Economic Affairs, Ministers of Public Health and Healthcare, they should talk to each other about this, because they all have a responsibility there. And that's what we will organize at this jumbo meeting, bringing together the ECOFIN ministers and the EBSCO ministers in March. That's agreed, and Joost already mentioned it. And we will prepare this jumbo big meeting of the ECOFIN and EBSCO ministers in order to give it real substance and bite. We will prepare it with reporting, both by the Social Protection Committee and the Employment Committee, but also by this informal working group on social investment. And fundamentally, I think the challenge for us in that working group on social investment is to show to the finance ministers and the economics ministers that there is a link between social policy and economic performance and fiscal sustainability. It's not only a plausible link, it's necessary to reason in terms of that link, and it's also feasible to do that. It's feasible to do that. And it's feasible to come up with, let's say, evaluation methodologies that support that. I won't repeat what I've said about evaluation methodologies, but I think so we should say to our colleagues responsible for finance, for fiscal policy, for economic policy, it's plausible that there is a link, it's necessary to see it, and it's feasible to substantiate it. And there the Commission should, I think, in the future set both standards. What is the kind of causality you need to come up with? My experience is that you should not put the bar that high that you'll never reach it. Causality is interesting. As economists, we think it's easy because for many years, for decades, we use instrumental variables. But in many other disciplines, it's even not known, and it's difficult to do that. So, okay. But we should do that. And I think that conversation which we will have in that jumbo meeting is absolutely crucial. It's really a first start of something very important. 3, we should think about the review of the economic governance. As Joost said, in the proposal by the Commission is interesting for a start because it's on the one hand kind of rigorous, but on the other hand it has an element of flexibility.
it gives flexibility to countries who need time for fiscal adjustment. And the argument we would like to make is that it might be useful to buy time, and much more than just buying time, if you have intelligent investment in social policy, which for me is both social protection and healthcare. I think health and healthcare is a little bit underestimated in the scholarly literature on social investment. Scholarly literature is too much focused only on education and active labor market policies. You should take on board health and healthcare in a more prominent way. Anyway, so in the economic governance, I think the idea that you can buy time in a useful way by intelligent social policies should be more operational. I also think that the link with the social pillar should be very clear and firm in the economic governance. I think the AMCO and SPC, so the committees in the social filière, should be in a multilateral interaction with Commission and Council. Now it's often so that when the social dimension enters into the debate, we have bilateral discussions between a government and Commission and Council. But I think the social filière, AMCO and SPC, should be in a multilateral engagement with the economic governance. And if we can do that, I think the idea that the flexibility would not only serve fiscal sustainability in the longer term, but also social policy in the European social model, and thus the pillar, I think that will be really key. So, 1, reaffirm the social pillar as the overarching concept. 2, talk between finance ministers and social policy ministers on the basis indeed of substance, what's been emphasized and launched by José Luis, and I think taken on board very well by the Commission now. 3, then write out the new economic governance in a way that it is really clear that this is the new way to go.
So thank you very much. So we have the framework, we need more conversation, and we need time in order to build up a good economic governance framework that allowed us also to solve out the trilemma, also to save our democracies sometimes, and also to link the social policy with economic performance. So thank you very much. So, Secretary of State, it's your turn.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the concept of the European Pillar of Social Rights was also linked with the concept of convergence within the European Union. And I think this concept becomes even more important now. First of all, at a recent time, we are losing convergence due to the very different impact of inflation within the European Union. So this convergence is not at all assured, it's not automatic. But why do we need it? Because more or less we have all the same demographic structure. So all member states more or less have the same need for migration. Within Europe, moreover from third countries. And now these member states have to solve this problem of migration, and they won't solve it smoothly if they don't have a convergence of their social policy. If you have 2 different levels within the framework of social policy, then migration might go to some places with a higher level, then yielding to a very hard national problem of acceptance of this high level. So there is some arbitrage mechanism then behind. So if we want to protect our high level, we have to look for upward convergence, quite urgent. And that's why I think I would even not say for 5 years, I would say even for 10 years. So European Pillars of Social Rights are really clear-cut formulated, and they give us a very good basis for working in different fields. For example, in the field of minimum income, I think it's now very important to understand better how the different national minimum income schemes are designed. The level, the intake quota, and to get more understanding of this, for the basis that in the next step we need a directive on minimum income, setting minimum standards for minimum income, which we need for what I call this convergence process. And that is a huge task ahead, and that's why I'm very happy that tomorrow there will be this next MINET meeting, and I wish you a good session.
Okay, thank you very much for including some more complexity on the framework, including migration and also convergence. There are other issues that probably could be included, yes, especially regarding transitions and how innovation is really concentrating also in some areas and not in others, and this is not helping either convergence. So there are other policies that probably should be interlinked here, and I always ask myself to what extent we really need some kind of fiscal harmonization in order to really achieve that. But this is the question that no one wants me to ask, so I will not ask, and I give you the floor to end up this panel. Thank you.
Yes, from my side, just three brief points. I think it is really very important that we stick to the pillar of social rights. This has shown to be an enormous successful operation. I myself, and when it was coming in 2017, I have to admit that I was very skeptical about this pillar, because at the time there were already so many other charters, treaty provisions, but I was totally wrong, and it served us very, very well. And essentially because it is so easy to communicate also. And I think it has by now become in a way the standard that everybody believes in, and it is like if somebody asks you what is social Europe, you say, well, it's the pillar. It's these 20 principles that are written in a very accessible manner, about which I think all Europeans basically agree. And that is an enormous achievement. We should really be grateful to Jean-Claude Juncker for having done that. So don't reinvent the wheel. I think this is very important because it's already quite complex in itself. We have, of course, indicators for 18 principles, and then we have sub-indicators and more indicators. And these indicators for the principles are very important because they allow us to measure progress and to also compare the member states. And as we have the scoreboards that come out, we have the semester, and I think this is absolutely essential because in this area there is very little legislation that the Union can do. So it is essentially this pressure, comparison, and encouragement that is really at the heart of everything. Secondly, I think the social, I mean, it was said by both ministers here, the social should not be limited only to the EBSCO. I think it is, and this is actually very hard, but it should be an element, a normal element of each political portfolio. And this is, I think, the best way forward. In the Commission, we are achieving, in this regard, quite a lot, for instance, on the fair transition related to the Green Deal, there, and the Social Climate Fund. And there is also a Council recommendation for the fair transition, which we elaborated together with DG Klima and DG Environment, and which is now where we are also developing measurement tools. And we are going to finance, as the Commission, an observatory to follow the implementation of that particular recommendation by the member states. So I think this is really, really the way forward. With the and also for the economic governance review, I think it's the same logic that should apply, and things are changing. In the Commission, I think things are changing. I think we move from an approach to say it maybe a bit provocatively, whereby the Commission sets the rules and the member states take care of the social consequences. It's not for the Commission. This is, if you speak to some of the colleagues in ECFIN, this is what they still think. But I don't think this is what the leadership of the Commission. Things have moved on, and it is one integrated agenda. And finally, I think also in terms of governance, this is a very hard nut to crack. And the Council, the EU Council, is in this regard, I would say, even a bit dysfunctional, because you have in fact competing Council formations, you have competing committees. We have 2 in EBSCO, and then there are 2 in ECOFIN, and they are not always on speaking terms, even though they are representing the same member states. And sometimes, if you are, from the Commission point of view, member states use these bodies as an appeal body because they lost at home, and they try again in Brussels. Of course, this doesn't work. There are only 27 member states, there are 27 governments, and they should say the same. And it is very hard within the governance that we have to solve this, and I think this merits also further reflection. And Nicola Schmid, we've suggested, why don't you just invite the presidents of these 4 committees for a nice dinner? And to sort of break this quite perverse logic that is there, in my view, and which is not helping anybody. So voilà. Some simple indications from a simple lawyer that may be helpful.
So thank you very much. It sounds too familiar to me, because at the Parliament, in the Econ Committee, I mean, even the same political groups say something different than in the Employment and Social Committee. It's like two worlds, two different worlds. Anyway, we have the European Pillar of Social Rights. To be a reality, we need a good economic governance, also obviously good methodology, good data, good science-based policy. And I will finish saying that probably also political will, and you demonstrate that this is very important. I have also the new council, the new commission, and the new parliament. We allowed us really to move forward on social Europe and fairness. We just. I'm very German, so it's now 1 hour exactly from the moment we started. And I don't know if we have still 5 minutes for some question. You all allowed us, or we should stop here. I'm asking organization. So, yeah. So if there is one question there.
Thank you very much. So I agree very much with the focus on administrative data. Like my colleague Manuel Arellano, who is a former member of the European Research Council, says that a country without access to admin data is like a hospital without MRI machines, right? We cannot detect the sickness, and we cannot. So it seems that this is a problem wide for many European countries, right? But still there are some that have seemed to reach a solution, right? Like the Nordic countries like Sweden, Norway seems to have a very good data infrastructure. And a result of that is that there is a lot of research in their economies with very, I could say that like 25% of the advances in economic research in the empirical economics has been focusing to a great part on those countries. So what is it that we can do, maybe from the European Presidency or the European Council, to set those standards and push Europe to a new kind of framework for the data that is there to be available to researchers and policymakers?
So who wants to answer? Yeah, Minister?
It's maybe rather than providing an answer, I'm going to say something about the reasons behind that, and probably this may help us to reflect on possible solutions. I think it's not by chance that the best available data, administrative data, is in the Scandinavian countries, because they have, and this is proved actually with analysis and evidence, their best bureaucracies. So they have their best bureaucracies, and they have a very good culture inside these bureaucracies of relying on data, on relying on information. And I think so the challenge for other countries is improving, let's say, the average culture in our administrative bodies in order to understand that the data are not only used for management, but also for analysis purposes, for trying to improve their own policies. And also, this is one thing. The second thing is that these countries have probably a better record in terms of transparency and interaction, let's say, between the government or the bureaucracy of the central administrations and the rest of the world, because this is also a shortcoming on occasion, so they are more open-minded in this respect. And here in other European countries, Spain is a case in point. So is that there is the perception by some administrative bodies that the data belongs to themselves, and that they don't feel the need to share it with anyone but to themselves for whatever purpose. So we need to really overcome these two things. And I'm sure that the Commission may play a role in doing so, but in setting probably European standards. And I think that the Commission can rely on, for the future, on requests to member states of data, administrative data for policy evaluation, for instance, in the context of the recovery and resilience mechanism, but also in the new fiscal framework. I think there is also room for the Commission to exert pressure on countries to provide information and data and also evaluations that could be undertaken by, let's say, objective bodies that normally are external to the administration themselves.
Deputy Prime Minister wanted to also to jump in.
Yeah, I'm grateful for your question, but because I suddenly have a new idea. So there is this European Health Data Space regulation coming. European Health Data Space is a very good proposal because on the one hand, it protects health data. It's obviously in tune with the GDPR. On the other hand, it's an incentive for national policymakers to work on data. And when for instance, I'm now creating this Belgian Health Data Agency, which is to facilitate really with new momentum the secondary use of health and healthcare data for research, for policy. That's also because of the European Health Data Space. So why should we not go for a kind of a European social and economic data space?
Yeah.
With, at EU level, certain standards, a certain approach, and then demands on national policymakers. Let's create an action group for that, for a European economic and social data space.
Very interesting proposal. We have tried from the ITRE committee, from where is research located, to introduce the research data everywhere. I mean, the secondary use, but it's not easy. I have to say that it's not easy at all. Anyone else want to jump in on that? So if there is no more question, probably we will end up here at this panel. So I thank you very much, everyone.
And now we move on to the solemn part of today with our minister. Thank you very much. Yes.
No toques, no toques. No toques.
Vale, pues vamos a marcar lo primero. Hay que marcar la petaca del 4 y sus receptores, ¿vale? También. Que a veces se va a tomar por el culo.
Next, the Minister will proceed to read the Declaration of Aranjuez. But before him, let me say that to conclude the conference, I would like to announce that when you are leaving the room, you will have at your disposal a memory, the Declaración de Aranjuez printed. Okay? Minister, please.
Indeed, to finish this conference, I'm more than happy to share with you now the Declaration of Aranjuez on minimum income schemes. But first of all, let me thank all of you that have been involved from the various member states, representative here, and other associations in agreeing on this declaration and working on the wording and the content of the declaration. I think it's hopefully it becomes an important element for the future in the design at the national level of minimum income schemes and enhancing social policies in this field. But I'm going to directly read the declaration if you don't mind. On the 16th of October, the member states, representatives of the European Union institutions, social partners and civil society gathered in Aranjuez on the eve of the International Day of the Eradication of Poverty at the International Conference on Income Security and Inclusion. Following the proceedings of the conference, the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union declares, whereas the European Pillar of Social Rights sets out the key principles and essential rights for a strong social Europe that is fair, inclusive, and full of opportunity, Principle 14 of the pillar states that everyone lacking sufficient resources has the right to adequate minimum income benefits, ensuring a life in dignity at all stages of life, and effective access to enabling goods and services. For those who can work, minimum income benefits should be combined with incentive to reintegrate in the labor market. Second, whereas in May 2021, the Porto Summit, Social Summit, afforded the EU institutions, social partners, and civil society organizations an opportunity to sign up to the 2030 headline social targets with a social Europe in mind. First, employment recovery and the creation of quality jobs. Second, investment in skills, lifelong learning and training. And third, adequate inclusion and social protection policies. They did so through the joint Porto Social Commitment, which led to the Porto Declaration adopted by the head of states and government of the European Union. Third, whereas the governments of the European Union member states have endorsed the social targets of the European Strategy 2030, including the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan, and have declared their national contributions to achieving those targets. In the specific case of inclusion policies, the target is for a reduction of at least 15 million in the number of people at risk of poverty and social exclusion, including at least 5 million children. Third, whereas on 30th January 2023, the EU Council adopted a recommendation on adequate minimum income in which member states are urged to achieve a more adequate level of income support, improve the coverage of minimum income schemes, and access to inclusive labor markets and essential services, promote individualized support, increase the effectiveness of the governance of social safety nets and their monitoring. Under these three considerations, we affirm, first, the current context of economic recovery in the wake of successive crises and due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, together with the consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, all these have all contributed to the increased risk of poverty and inequality. As governments, we have to offer responses to match these challenges. Second, we affirm, more than ever, Europe should be a continent of social cohesion that guarantees a minimum income allowing people to enjoy a life in dignity. This income should effectively reach everyone who needs it, and so member states should do more to combat the common problem of non-take-up of minimum income support, identifying the causes of what non-take-up is crucial to be able to put in place more effective measures to reduce it. Minimum incomes need to be supplemented by policies and incentives, incentivize access to employment, but also, inter alia, to education, skills, healthcare, and early childhood care. It is essential to develop further the complementarity of minimum incomes and social inclusion pathways to increase both their coverage and effectiveness. But we still need more evidence about the inclusion policies that work best to be able to support the most vulnerable as they transit towards a better situation. The development of public policies, especially social policies, should be based on scientific evidence obtained, if necessary, through experimentation. The use of administrative records should be present from the design stage of the policy right through to the execution and also in the final evaluation of its results. And most importantly, the goal is not only to offer protection from social risk exposed, but also to boost the opportunities and capabilities of individuals to deal ex ante with the social risks typical of post-industrial economies, while guaranteeing at the same time the high level of employment necessary to maintain the resources required by the welfare state, which depends on employment and productivity. Social investment, as such, encompasses a broad range of areas such as education and training in skills, effective and well-managed active labor market policies, employment services, the care sector, child care, health care, long-term care, active inclusion policies, social housing, and policies that enable access to services, including essential services. All in all, social investment not only contributes to reducing poverty and inequality, but also generates returns through higher growth and productivity, more jobs, and higher wages. A prosperous and fair Europe depends to a great extent on investment in people and their welfare. And this is the declaration. And before concluding this event, let me extend the gratitude to all of you that have contributed, but also in particular to the team of the ministry led by the Secretary of General Secretary for Inclusion, that they have really worked very hard in order to make this possible. But thank you very much to all of you for your contribution, and now I think we have a buffet or something like that. Okay, thank you very much.